Hey everybody, and welcome to D4, where I, Devin.
And I, Dustin, co-DM a 5th edition game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah! Hey, they do.
It's true.
So true.
Yeah.
It is Thanksgiving weekend, as this is the weekend before Thanksgiving,
Yes.
Coming Thursday. And we want to give thanks to all those that have subbed to our parent channel at RockPunch ATL. And we want to thank all of those that are giving subs as gift. To all those that are new to our channel, it is what keeps our show going and allows us to bring you more content. Our favorite meal is subs, and we would love to have a bunch of subs for Thanksgiving.
I feel like there's some subtle, like...
A nice turkey sub.
Very subtle. Very subtle.
Are you hungry?
There's some subliminal message in there. I don't
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Subliminal?
Oh my god.
Again, thank you. If you are using Twitch Prime, we will ask you to remember to renew that because it does not do it automatically. But thank you all so much for hanging out with. We don't know why you're here, but thanks.
Yeah, we just keep emotionally tormenting everyone.
Everyone, and just it's not gonna get better.
I mean, no, story-wise, it's gonna be great. Emotionally, nope, it's gonna be a wreck.
It's a rough journey. Let's dive.
Welcome to D4.
There is an announcement that we do want to make. Next session will be our final session of 2020. We will be taking the month of December off from the regular D4 show. However, that doesn't mean that there will not be content. Go ahead and plan on a fireside chat Q&A with the cast, where you can ask questions and Devin and I will find out and play answers.
Yeah, exactly. But start thinking of your questions over the past year, starting from the last fireside chat that we did and everything that we've encountered over the very few weeks in play, because that's how long we. Anyways,
we already made an item, which that item was what we saw the item.
Yeah, the players don't know what item that was, but they saw it. Maybe eventually
it was the thing in the box.
It was not.
Oh.
And we still made an NPC. That NPC is still scheduled to appear. So don't worry, we have not forgotten about it. But we love those fireside chats. We love your questions. So please go ahead and start thinking that. We'll make a post in the Discord as well as on social media to start getting those questions in.
Yes. And we had a very fun evening right before this, as someone just decided to almost die. But speaking of.
Yeah, right. Because when I really wanted to die really hard.
Yeah, like Die Hard Dice.
Yes, like Die Hard Dice.
Okay. But let's try not to inhale the dice.
Yes, you don't want to inhale large chicken-shaped dice.
You're pulling this off flawlessly.
I don't think they've caught on to the subtext.
Anyways, we have a holiday special deal. You will get 15% off when you use the code #D4NOV, all capitalized with the number 4. So go over to Die Hard Dice, enter that discount code, and get some awesome dice for the turkey season or the upcoming holidays. Everywhere.
It moves through December. Once December hits, which we'll probably remind you, our code will change, but we'll remind that once that happens. But
get yours now before they're all gone for the Christmas. And
they are putting out new dice.
They are.
Every week, and the first 2 sets they put out are freaking amazing. I bought one of the entire lines.
And using the code D4NOV and getting those special holiday sets actually helps support the show, as we get a little something from that, and that helps us go to producing content like this.
This is so good. And speaking of the other content, the people that help make this show, let's talk to our sponsors.
Yeah, sponsors.
So, you looking to spice up your unclaimed D&D game? I know what you're thinking. Logan's Goblet of Crunk. Yeah, Logan's Goblet of Crunk. What do you got in Logan's Goblet of Crunk? Well, you got goblins that have a +5 to their performance, dancing all over you, got all maneuvering, and then they'll kill your opponents by the jive or the landfish. It takes 5 turns for it to move a square, but it gets there. It gets there eventually. The landfish or just a guy with a stick. All right, I don't design D&D booklets. I'm sorry. It's not my thing. But you know who does? D&D Beyond. And they've got Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. If you're not looking for a Goblet of Crunk, if you're looking for something with a little more meat to it, you can get Tasha's Goblet of Everything to start spicing up your games. It's 92 pages, new rules options, 22 new subclasses, artificer rules expansions. It's a whole cauldron of everything, and we are giving away one on this stream. Type in #Beyond. Do it right now. Or, just put in #Logan's Goblet of Crunk. Maybe we get that moving forward. I'm not saying we have to do it, but it'd be nice. I got some time. It's a Goblet of Crunk. But put in #Beyond. Get Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. #Beyond. Or go to D&D Beyond and order it. It is out now.
Y'all, I don't even know what to do with that man. Anyways, let me
Get
tell
him
you
a
about
Goblet of Crunk.
the Goblin of I'm just saying, you've got dancing goblins in there, and I'm here for it. So I want to tell you about Beetle and Grimm, and to do this, I had to turn off my background because their new box that's coming out, the Silver Edition box for Icewind Dale: Rime of the Frost Maiden, has some of the glorious maps that were included in the Platinum Edition, and I wanted to show you a couple of them. First off, I wanted to show you one of the battle maps that's included. And this is, hang on, wait for it. This is an absolutely gorgeous tower map.
Wow.
This thing is beautiful, and it's on a very sturdy paper. The grid is on there. I don't know if you can see it. There we go. You can see the grid that's there so that you can make sure that everything is scaled appropriately as your players battle through this tower. Next up, I want to show you one of their canvas maps. Actually, I've got 2 of their canvas maps, and these are the big maps that are included. This one is the Necropolis map, which is super cool looking. And again, sturdy canvas. This stuff is amazing. These are nice enough to hang on your wall. In fact, I am donating this one to our favorite necromancer, Rhea, so that she can have it for her home because it is so pretty. And finally, the third map I want to show you is the actual Icewind Dale map. And I got to scoot back for this one because it's huge, but it is beautiful. This covers the entirety of Icewind Dale and the 10 towns and the frozen tundra, and it is remarkable. And again, canvas. They're very hardy canvases. They're not going to tear, but the detail on them is absolutely amazing. So you can head over to beetleandgrims.com and get your copy of the Silver Edition box. It comes with these, it comes with encounter cards, it comes with props. Some of the props that are in it are absolutely gorgeous. The Shardrin Dragon token, the Shardrin pendant, they are beautiful. And you can get it for just $175, which is an amazing deal for the items that you get inside it. You get text props, encounter cards, big maps, battle maps, all sorts of stuff, beautiful props. So head on over to beetleandgrims.com and order yours today. And while you're there, check out their shop. They've got all sorts of t-shirts. They've got props from Dragon Heist. They've got props from all of the different games since they started producing these. It is well worth the trip and well worth the money. Ask anyone who's ordered a box from them and they will tell you the same. So yeah, and make sure to follow them on Twitter too, @BeetleandGrims. They put out great questions and wonderful interactions. And that's Beetle and Grimm's Pandemonium Warehouse.
Eldritch Foundry. First of all, hello again, BFFs and D4ners. It's good to see you again. Happy to be back. Missed you guys. And you know what also I missed was on Eldritch Foundry, they just added the Dragon Folk, which is the greatest ever. And I totally missed that, and I just read it before, and I got really excited. So if you have a dragon of your own that you're wanting to run, now's the perfect time to go on Eldritch Foundry and make your perfect miniature for your own table. It's fantastic, really, really cool just to have in your room to look at, just something really, really neat to physically show off your character. Also really, really great at the table. Fantastic for battle maps, best place to go. And they have lots of other stuff too, like a new Plague Doctor set and a painting palette set. If you have a painter character and wish to have a palette and a paintbrush in your hand, it's fantastic. You can find it all at Eldritch Foundry. And I believe you'll be giving away a figure tonight for hashtag Eldritch. If you put it in the chat, you'll win. You'll have a chance for your own. And if you don't win tonight, you can always use our code. What is it, Devin and Dustin? I always forget it every week.
D4 D&D.
D4 D&D. It's literally the most easy thing. I could have probably guessed it. We're not gonna. Don't even. Devin knows. Listen. The fact is, you put D4 D&D in there. Just go with your gut, and you'll be right. Like I should have done there, and you too can save yourself 20%. Is that right?
15%.
15%. Yes, it's 15%. Great deal. Fantastic. Check it out. Eldritch Foundry for the best, most detailed miniatures for your table.
All right. So, as you all should know, this stream would not be possible without the lovely folks at RockPunch ATL. And I just want to give you an update for the past week as well as a hype for our upcoming week. So last week, Greg played Pokemon Heart and Soul, still on that Poke grind. Also, good news, Lapras is no longer risked to extinction. There is now an overabundance of Lapras in the Pokemon animal kingdom. So for those of you who are Gen 1ers that were worried about it, well, now you don't have to worry about it. So also, Babs fails at video games still. I'm still playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. And we have retro gaming on the NES with Colton and Greg. And then for our upcoming Wednesday video, Rock Punch went on a field trip to highlight a friend of ours who make things like DM screens and dice trays all by hand. I wonder who that is. And of course, this week we are skipping Corn on the Macabre due to the holidays, it being Thursday and everything. You know, the day people like to eat turkey with family, specifically. So look out for a live stream the following week for that. And then on Fridays, we have our Tampo, an adventure in the islands, our new D&D live stream based on the islands of Sina Una, and that is Fridays at 7 p.m. But again, there is no episode this week because of the holidays. So use this week to catch up on those two podcasts and check us live next week.
And if you're worried about the holidays, the aforementioned holidays, and what your family is going to say to you, just wear one of our beautiful shirts, you know, preferably one with a lot of tentacles on it. And then they would probably leave you alone if you're not really looking forward to talking to them. And you can pick those up at d4dnd.com, or better yet, sitting there at dinner. You don't want people to make small talk with you at the dinner table, or you do. That's how you test if they're cool or not. You have your beautiful either mug or wine glass, which also features a tentacle monster, our beautiful logo, made by our lovely merch moms. There you go. d4dnd.com.
Arch moms for the win.
Good luck, y'all.
Oh man, so good.
I'm so happy that you're all still here with us.
And none of your characters have died, permanently.
Knock on.
But without further ado, let's immerse ourselves
into the Chronicles of D4. we're back. Last time on De Galt Dam, the Deceased Dearest. The BFGs return to the tavern after defeating the Winter's Wind, Sans Herald, who heads off to meet with Petunia's family. As Voss asks the stone where they can find the third and final key to the vault. He learns it is located in the Lord's Respite, in the tomb of the Brandarths, where they must collect the ashes of the last Brandarth, and they will need the aid of a renowned cleric of Jurgle or Kelemvor to get in the tomb within the City of the Dead.
They realize that Brandarth is Renaer's mother's family name, and V is adamant that they tell him and inform him of where they intend to go and what they intend to find. After learning about what they need, Renaer assumes that it is his father's doing and gives them the okay to do what is needed. If it means helping the innocent, he knows it's what his mother would want him to do. They head off and meet up with Patty Jameson, a furbolg cleric of Jurgle that Venlee has been learning from and recently accompanied Venlee to Mezeketh Isle to record the name of Bane into their books. She agrees to help and leads them to the Lord's Respite, where she pulls out a doorknob along with a myriad of other items, mostly handing to Voss to hold. But the doorknob has a symbol of Jurgle on it, and it opens the door. They enter into the crypt, and a feeling of peace and serenity washes over them as they make their way into the crypt of all of the former Open Lords and Lords of Waterdeep until they find the Brandarth crypt.
Once entering, the feeling of calm and serenity washes over them, washes away as they look for the correct sarcophagus in the Brandarth tomb. Once found, they open it to gather the ashes of Alethea Brandarth, Renaer's mother, as a spectral, translucent figure emerges and collects the various bones of the Brandarth line throughout the tomb. As the party and Patty face off against the spirit, other apparitions begin to form as spectral warriors of Brandarth's past apparate and attack, as well as Will-O-Wisp moving into the area as if summoned from the undead Alethea herself. As she attacks, she calls blame to De Galt. She doesn't appear to even see the party for what they are.
Finally, they are able to cleanse her soul and break the corruption De Galt put her in as V lands the final blow. Alethea thanks them and tells V that she is so proud Renaer has found someone as wonderful as her and glad that she makes him happy. V, distraught that Renaer wasn't here to see his mother, the party convinces her that it was for the best. And Venlee gives her comfort, telling her that she can perform a seance in the given future to give him a chance to talk to her and say goodbye. They all make their way back to the parish of Lionsbane, where they depart from Patty and start heading back towards the spirits of Trollskull. A procession of fully armed city guard march and stand at attention outside, guarding the spirits of Trollskull. At first, it causes alarm as you're unsure as to why such attention is brought to your tavern once again. A hushed excitement fills the area that begins to draw a small crowd. It is not a silence you can hear, as there are still small murmurs from the people around, but more so one that you can feel. Like the joyous anticipation of waiting for a firework to explode as it rockets through the air in the night. Wandering out, you see the regal woman with a braided crown of long platinum silver hair, dressed in the immaculate and imposing powerful white and gold archmage's robes. As she notices you, her joyful greeting smile looks towards everyone, but it falls to a softer, less performative smile. You can see her eyes have the business-like urgency typically seen upon her face, like a heavy burden.
May I have a word with you in your more private quarters?
Of course, my lady.
She kind of steps back and awaits to follow you, as she does not know.
I head upstairs.
Doesn't know where they are, but yeah. Okay. Does everybody go with.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Harold joined us at this point? Or
Harold
Not
has
yet.
not.
okay. I will go in. I will stand by the entryway door, though.
Okay.
L'Oreal's pretending not to know where to go.
Right?
She's like, where do I go?
I've been here.
Yeah, because the only time she's ever been in that area is when she was disguised as someone else.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You all return to the common room, completely surrounded by the city guard as they escort the open lord into the upper reaches of your tavern before she dismisses them to wait outside the door. And then coming from around the corner from inside, you see who has entered the room to greet you all on your return home is Harold. Harold, you see all of your friends and the open lord herself congregated into the common room.
I come at a bad time.
You're here at the perfect time.
Okay. And he's gonna slowly slip in and shut the door behind him. Hello.
I do not have much time as I have a full schedule today and many places to visit and many more faces to see, so let me get to it. First, let me commend you on aiding the city once more. Maloon has informed me of what transpired over the past few days. You have helped rid this city of one who runs Manshoon's black network, as well as rooting out a dark threat that dwelled within the clutches of the Godcatcher. Once again, I cannot thank you enough. However, although I have nothing to offer you for this instance, I'm here to remind you that I still owe you a favor for your efforts in taking down the former Xanathar. You can now count 2 favors.
Keep
As
racking
this-
them up.
As
Thank
yesterday,
you, my lady.
Yesterday, I was confronted by the one known as the Rose. He openly outed himself to me as he reveled in the wound the city has taken at the loss of so many noble lords and ladies. What is most troubling is something I can only reveal to you in confidence, that it does not leave these walls. Otherwise, you will be tried for treason, which I will remind you is punishable by death. That is not a threat. I just need you to know I will protect this city and its people at all costs.
She just she waits for your acknowledgement and your acceptance of this.
Of course.
It's quite literally my job to protect this city.
She looks to you, Voss, as you did not agree yet.
I nod.
Among those poisoned and sacrificed as the Cassalanter Gala, 12 were mass lords. I am not sure if you were already aware of this, or if you know, but Adalberto Fiaschetti is a mass lord as well. If you did know, I commend you on your discretion and implore you to keep it. I cannot take action against a mass lord, as it would cause turmoil to brew within the city with rumors of me trying to usurp power as a singular tyrannical ruler. My heart lies in these walls of the city, and I cannot let Waterdeep fall into unlawful chaos such as the likes of Baldur's Gate, or the pirate city of Luskan. We find ourselves in a dire situation with no power against a man who until recently was unknown, is forever untraceable, and now controls not only the Xanathar Guild, but is empowered by the full force of the dark city of Skullport that dwells beneath Waterdeep. There is no action to be taken now. The city is too weak. Just know that for him to boldly come forth to me like this means he has no fear of losing power.
Well, he should.
I thank you for your trust in us. This is very heavy news.
You have proven yourselves to be strong allies of Waterdeep in your actions alone. There is one last thing.
The Cassalanters are to be executed for treason tomorrow,
What?
privately and discreetly within the walls of the castle.
Executed? They couldn't help the situation. They were forced into it. I'm sorry. Your open lordness. Never mind.
They killed
Are
12
they
mass
to be
lords.
executed to final death? Or can they be resurrected?
They have killed 12 mass lords. That is something that I cannot overlook.
Well, what about the people who made him do it?
Do we know for a fact that they weren't forced into it? I mean, their kids were in cages.
She looks at you with, you can see saddened eyes, but
What if
I think
could we use a favor now?
yes, could we?
This is the sort of thing we would probably need to discuss as a group before we made any decision.
I see where it's going.
she holds her finger out. You should talk to them. When asked for their final request, granted, mind you, only due to their devotion to the city and their philanthropic efforts, that they only asked for one thing beyond the safety of their heirs. They wish to speak to you all privately. For what I am unsure, but I am granting them this one kindness. Grand Civilar Silvermane has been made aware and is ready for your arrival at your earliest convenience. But you only have till the end of the day. And if you wish to use your favor, it is something that we can discuss. If you wish to use your favor, it is something that we can discuss.
Thank you, Open Lord.
Letting us know.
It is good to see you. I hope you enjoy your day of traveling through the city.
It is a day I look forward to. What is a leader if they cannot get to know the city that they protect
A
and rule over?
tyrant.
Mhm.
And a tyrant I am not, Venlee Galanotel. And with a warm smile that you can see the sadness behind her eyes.
When you brought up the mention of being forced and things like that, it did seem like new news to her.
Oh, your ladyship,
And Seisha will pull out the parchment that details the information about the ritual that was done.
they were forced to this.
She will hold it out to her.
This is evidence of that we recovered of the ritual that they were forced to complete. As I am a lore seeker and as I serve Agma, this was not their free will. They were forced into this, and should we choose to use one of our favors, I hope that will be remembered.
Bring this back to my attention later when we talk about this matter. I am extremely busy for the rest of the day.
Understood. Thank you.
They are not to be executed until the morrow. It is not something that happens tonight. And with that, she nods to you, and she will put on a smile and will turn and walk out as her guard makes their way down.
As soon as the door closes behind her,
I'm willing to use one of our favors. This obviously means a lot to you, V and Harold. And if nothing else, if she can't do this as a favor, Then perhaps we could resurrect them in secret and hurry them out of the town. It
It's
would
not-
save lives.
It's not about my feelings. They're dead to me.
We read
It's about what's right. They were forced. What happened happened. I feel the way I feel, but they don't deserve to die for it. That's my feelings on it.
You said we could read your note, and we did. I understand. I do. I know I had mistrust for them, but I agree with you. This was not a willful choice.
No, I mean, everybody can take the moment now to tell me they were right. You all told
No,
me.
Harold,
No, you were.
that's not
You
what
were
I'm
right.
trying to say, though.
I know that's not what you're trying to say, but you were.
Harold, I wasn't
it's-
right. They're not bad people. They were in a bad situation. There's a difference.
People are dead. I should have known better. I'm not ever going to make the mistake of trusting someone I shouldn't have trusted again. Ever. That's a promise.
Comes to a parent protecting their children, doesn't surprise me. I bet they would kill the entire city to save them.
Like I said, it's not about how I feel. It's about what's right, and I just don't think they deserve to die for this.
I don't. This isn't an easy situation, and I do think I was wrong about them in a respect. They aren't bad people. They're people who were forced into a desperate situation and who felt they didn't have a choice. They were protecting innocence.
I assure you, they never would have done this if they genuinely thought there was another way. There's no way.
The regret that was on their face when they did this,
Well, we
I
won't know
saw
for
it.
sure until we talk to them.
Yeah. I think we need to.
Yeah.
Harold, don't.
I'm glad I have you, V. Out of everyone I've met in this city, up till I met all of you, you're the only one that ever stood by me. You're the only one that never betrayed me. I'll never forget that.
I hug you.
And he hugs her back.
Harold, please don't let this destroy your faith in people. There are good people out there.
I know that. But I just need to open my eyes sometimes.
It's really easy when you don't have familiarity with someone to view them without bias.
Oh, that's the thing. I had familiarity with everyone in my life. They were all just really good.
They were.
Yep.
They were.
Anyway.
Oh, what time is it today? What time is it right now?
It's only midday.
Yeah, like
Okay.
You guys set off pretty early. So
On a lighter note, Petunia's family's nice.
I was going to ask.
That's good to hear.
It was pretty awkward. I met her parents, Reginald and Gretel. Reginald does not prefer to be called Reggie. He really didn't care for that. And then I met the twins, and they were really, really sweet. And he kind of grins, and he's like, their names are Daisy and Lily. They're really, really sweet. They're really nice, very talkative. And then I didn't meet Marigold, who's another one of her sisters, but I did meet Rose. I spilled a little coffee on her dress, and I spent 2 hours hiding in the pantry. And, after all the screaming, yelling, and eventually Petunia calming her down, I came out and then admitted to her parents that I'm a musician that owns a bar. He's an archaeologist.
What did they think?
Well, we're still working on it all. We're working on it, one step at a time.
Well, they're lucky to have you as the suitor for their daughter. I don't think there's any man in Waterdeep who would treat her as well.
Well, I appreciate that. Mr. Reginald is, these days he's a cobbler, and her mom's a florist, and You know, they're really, really nice, and boy, they really were hoping I was an archaeologist. They were really hinging their bets
You
specifically.
do go to places and we can collect the old things there. And then if you read a book about it, you're an archaeologist.
That's all I could do. Listen, the fact that
we robbed a grave earlier, so we're practically archaeologists.
Yeah.
We just have to go back and find artifacts to prove that we're archaeologists.
I look over at Voss to confirm if y'all robbed a grave.
I pull out an urn.
I just shake,
and then I go to my room and hide the urn in my room.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was my boyfriend's mom's grave.
Rainier?
Yeah.
Venlee will follow Voss towards his room.
Rainier's mother was trapped. Her spirit was trapped in the mausoleum by his father. She was bound there to protect her ashes, as they were the third key.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah. So Venlee's going to do a seance so that Rainier can see his mother again and say goodbye.
It's a good idea.
Still felt very weird being there without him.
She's studied and she wears armor now.
Oh.
Like my armor.
Yeah. She can lift it. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
She's like as hardy as I am. I'm just saying.
Is she?
Yeah.
Your body's the size of my pinky.
Okay,
no, I watched her take punches. She's like as buff as I am.
So, what are we doing first? Are we gonna go talk to the Cassalanters?
Are we doing talking to Ray? Are we doing something separate? Like you're following me into my room, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boss will store the ashes in his closet and just dump something over it unceremoniously. Then close the closet behind him.
When you turn around, Venlee is standing half in your room, half out of your room, kind of like she's never really been in there if there wasn't a fight, so she's waiting like a vampire to kind of have you invite her in.
I'll assume Voss gets all of this, complex as it is, and please.
She glides in. Perhaps an urn would be more in place in my room, and perhaps we shouldn't keep all the keys in one place.
Fair enough.
Also, as she takes the urn, they're all busy with sentimentality towards these people. I'm not going to say I was wrong, but I was wrong about their motivation. They should still not suffer. Slip of the tongue. They should still be punished for what they did, because from what you all have told me, they weren't magically manipulated. They were manipulated through other means, which means they still had their free choice. I don't believe they should be put to death, but they should pay a price for killing those people.
Yeah, be exiled or something.
They're in another room.
They're in another room.
I'm in another room?
No, we're in the common room. They're in Voss's room.
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
It's all right.
I forgot.
I agree we should not waste one of our favors in the open lord on these nobles. But we will have to discuss that after all is done. Having said that, some of this I expected to happen, particularly the open lord's imposition. And wheels within wheels are in motion to ensure the city does not fall into the hands of the Xanathar or Manchun now. It only confirms everything I've already thought.
Correct. And the one thing I didn't expect, the one thing I didn't plan for, frankly, was the Rose openly walking up to her. He's getting cocky.
He's without fear. And there may be reason for that. All the more reason for us to begin cultivating relationships with those within his organization who may turn on him. I look back to the room. I worry sometimes that the one who can move these pieces best is reluctant to do so.
Can you blame him?
I suppose not, but
And frankly, I do believe we should use one of our favors on the Cassalanters. Not for sentimentality. As I said, they should be punished. But just imagine how good they'll be as allies.
they are
They
disgraced nobles. They have no power in the city any longer.
have connections still. They still have friends.
They have no wealth. Their names are destroyed. They are no good to us, even as tools. And more than that, those favors could be used to bring one of us back from the dead.
Correct.
I will not trade anyone in this group for a pair of nobles, no matter how much they were forced into this. Someday, we are going to encounter death again, harder than we have before. Beyond our own means to perhaps prevent, but not beyond hers. We need to cherish that while we have it, rather than waste it on two people, as you already said, made their choice.
I just thought, coming from a perspective who has had their name disgraced in a certain society, a disgrace named carries fear. They killed 12 masked lords. If anyone catches wind of that, they'll be feared. A feared ally draws a lot of attention off of us.
Maybe. Let's hear what they have to say. I am curious about that, and unless anyone else has any immediate pressing business, I see no reason to delay.
Also, just briefly before I tell everyone else, do you remember that gaunt-looking human from the Black Staff? The one who constantly talks down to me?
Vaguely, yes.
He challenged me to a sort of duel, and I think today would be a good... Maybe not directly today. Maybe get my feet back under me a little bit before we go, but I think I'm ready.
You seem eager for the challenge.
I don't think he's expecting what I have.
You seem changed.
I sought clarity, and I found kind of clarity. I realized what exactly was important in my life, and what I'm willing to lose and what I'm not.
Focus is good. It is sometimes something I feel we lack.
Sometimes.
It is good that you're back. Your presence was missed.
I appreciate that. Let me put this urn in my room. I promise I won't animate it. And she'll walk out, leaving him questioning whether or not she can actually do that.
That is exactly what Voss is questioning, whether or not you can do that or not. And what would it be that you animate? Would it an urn or just ashes follow you around?
Just the cloud.
And then thinking, well, would that be a good thing to have? That'd be useful in any way before I make my way back into the room.
Okay.
So I found the pants and I thought about buying them.
I'm just really not in the mood for a pants story right now. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You might want to know.
So after all of this, stuff with the Cassalanters and whatnot, I should probably tell you guys something.
What's wrong? What's up?
So I
Wait,
wanted to make sure.
Hang on, wait for Venlee to get back in the room.
Okay.
Venlee!
She comes wandering out.
I assume Voss is in here. I think you said you came
Yeah.
back in. Okay. Okay, go
My
ahead.
room's right by the counter.
Okay, so, yeah, I wanted to make sure that I'm trying to figure out where to start this story. Hold on, give me a second. I'll just start from the beginning. So when the Cassalanters first came to me asking, for us to help them with like the stone and stuff and whatever, and we were all like, what are we gonna do with it? I don't know. Their kids are dying.
As we're chatting about this, I want to give a quick look outside to make sure the open lord has left.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She and her procession have moved on to the next tavern.
Okay.
They gave me a lot of money.
Oh,
But I didn't tell you guys because I was going to return it if it turned out it was a bribe because it felt weird taking it at all.
how good of you.
Smart.
But I was worried that if I told you guys and it ended up that it was a bribe, that you wouldn't let me give it back. So that's why I didn't say anything.
It's okay.
But it's your money. Do
How
as-
much?
as
They
you
gave it
want.
to you. You can decide what you want to do with it.
Okay, so here's the part.
You're asking if you should keep it.
No, I think we should after what happened. But like now that we know that they killed 12 people, it just feels like a bribe. It felt like a bribe, but I didn't want it to be a bribe. I don't know. Anyways, it's 1,000 gold.
What?
Wow. Seisha pulls out a list.
That
Well-
I've just had.
This is the list of things we can do to update our home.
I would like to throw a hat into the ring that should be enough to cover the seance.
And by the way, it was 16 people were dead. I think she only said 12 of them were masked lords.
Right.
Right. Got it.
How many masked lords are there in total?
No one knows.
Okay.
Well, we know there are at least 12.
13.
13, right?
Yeah.
14.
Now we know of at least one.
14. Yeah. We know of 2.
And we know 12 dead ones.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically the other one's kind of dead.
No. Bee's father and the rose.
Oh,
Yes.
I was thinking of Starbuckler. I forgot that.
I don't think he's
Not a mass lord. There's no way.
Is he?
We don't know.
I doubt it. I feel like he would have been more confident in his ability to not be murdered if
In
he
any
was.
case, Seisha, you said something about. Now I look at Venlee. You said something about a seance costing 1,000 gold, and you had a
Yeah.
list of upgrades.
That was
Wait,
it.
a seance costs 1,000 gold?
No, it was a joke. I apologize. It's
Oh.
10 gold.
No, we've got all these things that Mert gave us a list of when we first acquired ownership. And a lot of them are 500 gold and up.
Anything about extra security measures? We talked
Yes.
about that.
Yes, extra security is 500 gold.
I think at this point, considering as our continued upward motion in the city, that we should definitely get extra security for the bar. People seem to waltz in and out of here constantly.
Yeah. Well, that's what people do at bars.
Well,
Not in the parts they don't need to be. We've been assaulted twice.
In our
Well, like,
own living room.
Yes.
okay.
If no one has any disagreements, I think we should get that.
I think it's a good idea.
are you okay with this, V?
Yeah, I just, when I, come forward with like, here, I have an extra 1,000 gold. I didn't want you all to think that I was just like keeping it from you, because I was keeping it from you, but not permanently.
I mean, you're here telling us about it.
V.
Okay.
Everyone keeps things a secret. It is okay to have your secrets. As
I
long
just
as
know
they don't-
how y'all get about money, so
It's
Oh, I don't really care about money.
I have no particular affinity towards money unless it's needed.
all right. Well, I guess
Voss shakes his head at all of you.
I guess we have an investor in the Cassalanters. Oh.
We can use 250 of that to pay off the remaining debt we have to Mert to buy the bar completely as well.
All right. Well, I'll go get it.
It may not be.
And she goes.
Sorry.
That's okay. So she goes to Bob and takes, was it 20 dragons?
500.
500 dragons? I forgot how much a dragon
500.
is.
I think
dragon
it's
is
20.
Gold.
It is 20 harbor moons.
That's
Because
what
a
it is.
harbor
20
moon.
moons, not dragons. It's 20
Yeah.
harbor moons.
And
So I
'cause
grab 20 moons. I
It's
bring it to you guys. I'm just like, okay, here it is.
and everybody would get 4 each if you want.
I
to
refuse
distribute it.
mine.
I just
Oh.
want to put mine back into the tavern.
I would put mine in towards the tavern as well.
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine
It
with
was-
that as well. We'll
was
have
a
$1,000
surprise nest egg.
or gold invested in the tavern.
Put a clinic in.
A clinic?
Yeah.
Oh, please, please, please put a clinic in.
If we have a clinic, it strengthens our spirits tied to our body,
Oh,
so that when we're dropped to unconsciousness, it's easier for our spirit to cling to our body.
In our home or everywhere?
Out of game, it gives, after spending at least a week at the manor with this upgrade for the following month, any PC reduced to 0 automatically succeeds in their first death saving throw.
oh, okay. So, how much is that?
250?
Oh
That
wow.
would shore up the
Alright.
rest if we pay off our debt to Mert with this.
So 500.
So that's 500
for
right there.
security. Yeah, so 500 for security, 250 for Mert to buy the place, and then 250 for the place,
Clinic.
the clinic. I think, V, if
I
you're
agree.
cool with it,
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I think it's a
Yeah.
good use of the money.
Money well spent.
And if we have a clinic, I can begin my research again.
We have 350, so I'll contribute the last 100 for paying it off. I've got plenty of gold.
Oh, it's 350 debt?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was 250.
No, 350.
All right.
All right, then we're
Seiza, didn't you give him money?
We gave him enough to get us down to 350. Harold and I did.
Yep.
I've been keeping track.
I know. I trust your books over my memory.
yeah. All right, so we got that figured out. Cassalanters.
I
think
mean,
now's-
I can donate to help with that too.
It's all
You don't
right.
have to spend it. Are you sure?
I'm sitting on over 1,000 gold. I'm
Me
fine.
too.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well, right. Well, I was sitting on over 2,000, but now I'm, 1,000.
big
Well, do you want to
spend.
do 50 and I'll do 50?
Sure.
I would also like to mention, if everyone recalls a certain gaunt figure from the Black Staff who's quite antagonistic, he has challenged me to a type of duel that I'm not quite sure what to expect. But I was hoping after we handle our business with the Cassalanters and make our decision on whether or not to save them, we could perhaps go to the Blackstaff and hopefully witness me crush him.
I actually need to go there. That would be. I
I
need to speak with the Black Staff.
would like to see a wizard fight.
I would too. I've never seen one before, and it would be really cool.
Wizard fight!
Wizard fight!
You've seen multiple. I've killed
Well,
several.
I haven't
spellcasters.
seen like a one-on-one.
No, but like a
combo.
duel, like a fight. Like how I fight in the ring,
Yeah,
but
like what V does.
but like with wizardry.
Oh, gotcha. As she starts to put the multiple wands that she has back into her bag, as she was pulling them out as proof.
That
Like-
that you are a wizard.
No, those are the wands that she has taken off of other wizards.
Oh no, we don't. No, I'm not. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't need you to kill the wizard.
We haven't seen a duel. It would be really
Yeah.
neat.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and head off then.
Yeah, let's
It's
go to
gonna
the
be a
castle.
long
Manor.
day.
Okay.
Do we know that we're going to be allowed to speak? Well, yeah, because she said they requested it.
Yeah.
So, do we know where they are?
Yeah.
Yes.
Those that have been incarcerated or have freed people from incarceration know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
Castle Waterdeep.
And you all make your way down to Hillock Court, and look up the winding path of guard towers that lead into Castle Waterdeep. The tall, towering, bannered walls somehow feel more oppressive than they have ever before. For those of you that have never found yourselves dwelled within the belly of its dungeons. The weighted banners hang too heavy to waft in the wind, but billow enough to feel like a finger beckoning. My good lord, words are hard. Beckoning you closer as your heart sinks, knowing you are about to look into the sad eyes of the Cassalanters' despair.
Make your way up through the 60-foot thick mortared stone walls to see a field of watch trainees running endurance drills for chasing after criminals. The thought of Voss running through the city streets at night from Rainier's runs through your mind for a moment as you amusedly think to how much has changed. Some for the better, some for the worse. You're greeted by a few of the city guards who ask what you are here for, and upon giving the reason, escort you not to the main holding cells in the lower dungeons a few of you have come to witness. But instead, you are taken to one of the towers, where you find a heavily guarded room. Not a deep, dark cell of rusted iron and mildew-covered damp stone, soaked in old piss and bile, but what you can only guess to be a common bedroom that lies beyond the iron door.
You all are greeted by the man awaiting your arrival. He smiles towards you from a rugged square and stubble jaw and worn, tired hazel brown eyes that shimmer like silver in the light. The ends of his side-parted brown hair flutters in the wind along with his long, fitted leather frock coat. He walks towards you with a purpose of someone trained in the military, but with the sway and pep of someone confident, yet relaxed. On the banner across his Waterdeep badge reads the name Silvermane. He salutes you with the 3 fingers of his right hand forming a W over his heart, where you notice a gold signet ring with a crown on his middle finger.
Good to see you again.
Greetings and salutations. The Open Lord has informed me of your possible arrival in these irregular circumstances. No weaponry, leisure domain devices, casting implements, or enchanted accessories will be allowed beyond this point. I hope you understand it is both for your safety as well as the safety of the city. We will keep it here for you until you leave.
Seisha
Alright.
removes all her weaponry and stuff.
So does V.
Yep, I will do the same.
Am I allowed to keep my armor on? It is of magical nature. Forewarning.
They will thoroughly search you. They will take your...
Before she asks that question, she hands over all of her stuff
Yeah.
to Chuckles and Dumbo, who will patiently wait there.
Got it. Yeah. So like they don't allow holy symbols. They don't allow wands, anything that might be anything that could be a casting implement.
Voss, you're asked to
focus.
remove your bracers, not because they know something's hidden in it, but because something could be hidden in it.
Very well.
It's all precautions. It's less about you and more about them.
First time I've ever taken this off.
Seisha
time
takes
for
off her
everything.
holy symbol.
Did you want to wait outside?
No. No, this is more important.
Harold, as you remove your chain of holy symbols,
Yeah.
Silvermane looks at you and goes, I see you are men of many devout faiths.
Yeah, something like that. I'm going to take them all off and put them in a big pile.
And once everything has literally been stripped from you, you are told that you can keep your armor as they cast a detect magic over you and see the magical properties of it and see that cannot be benefited in the sense of aiding someone's escape.
Perfect.
As we're doing all that, Seisha's going to lean over to Venlee. What does your armor do?
Do you remember the other night when I said a certain word and it all fell to the floor?
Yeah.
It's cast off. I speak a command word and it immediately leaves my body.
Oh, that's neat. Mine
It's
is
very handy.
It's a
Who says?
magically imbued version of what you have, Seisha.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It's quite tedious to try and take armor off, I've found.
Really is. It really is.
Wastes a lot of time.
Yes.
If you are ready, I will escort you into the room.
Yeah, sure, let's go.
And once your effects have all been removed, the door is unlocked by the guards for you to enter. What you see is not a lavish room filled with decadence or luxuries. No silks or cushioned chairs or vanity mirrors. No decanters of wine or spirits, servants or fine foods, which gives you some sentiment of justice. Nothing left of their old life, but it is also not a sullen hovel of detritus and malodorous stone. As light pours in from the small window arrow slits, you can see an arcane shimmer over them. Your mind instantly assumes and identifies it as an abjuration warding magic.
You assume those that committed such serious crimes against the city would be held in the darkest depths of the dungeons of waste and refuse, where little to none can hear the screams and pitiful pleas for mercy. However far from what this temporary cell may be from their former standard of living, it is also well beyond the putrid holes of a holding cell. At one far end of the room, you see Lady Amalia sitting at the edge of a simple, straight, ladder-backed wooden chair, still poised with proper posture despite the solemn weight of despair that is evident on her face as she stares towards her husband.
You see Lord Victoro slouched, standing with his hand outreached against the hard stone wall as he stares out one of the windows. Both are dressed not in the itchy blacks and whites you've seen others in cells before and below wearing, but nor are they outfitted in the regular noble regalia. Instead, you see simple commoner's clothes. As the door opens, you see them both turn towards you, their faces red and wet from what looks to be endless remorse stained and frozen across their faces.
We are surprised you came, but it warms our hearts that you had enough courage or pity to grant us this favor.
I'm sure you have your reserved judgments, filled with 1,000 questions. We first want to say that we do not fault you or anyone else for seeing us as monsters. For monsters is what we had to become, with no other choice available to us.
Before we go any further, we do have a request. Miss Viomiliano, we both agree that you are the greatest treasure to befall our house when we struck a deal with your father. I hate to make it sound like a business transaction, but sadly that is what many noble matrimonies are. You and Osvaldo had been friends for a few years, and when we saw a merger that benefited both families, we agreed. But it was your father that came to us first. If you ever find him, even his body, please return him so he can be buried in the Lord's respite.
Okay. What happened? Why?
Our family runs deep within the veins that make up this beautiful city. We have been here for centuries, and even have had a seat as Open Lord with Caledon in 1399. However, our family fell on hard times after the Second Sundering, and with the change of the world, many of the ways we held wealth simply disappeared from our world. Our house nearly fell to ruins, and we were nearly penniless, surviving on favors and piling debt with promises and lies hidden in the excuses of the city bank's failings. But it was not the money or the accommodations we had grown to be comfortable with that troubled us. It was our youngest twins.
You see, their health has always been faltering. Nothing serious, but enough so that money made it easier and we had nothing left. I made a foolish decision.
We both made a foolish decision out of desperation.
We called out to Asmodeus in order to make a deal. Wealth for our souls. It was a sacrifice we were willing to make for the sake of our children. However, that is not what answered.
What it was ties into the history of the city, something we recently discovered. But after we called out, it wasn't long before we met with the strange Dr. Obed Marsh. And that is when Terenzio and Elzarina's health began to decline drastically. They were stricken with seizures, insomnia, and bleeding and coughing up black silvery ichor.
We believe your father saw us as we presented ourselves and sought to strengthen his hold over the city with the unionship of our two families. We believed he somehow found out about our true financial standing and sought to sabotage the wedding by kidnapping and disappearing Osvaldo when he took him to show off the mines. We would also have a tie in the matrimony. After that, we felt lost.
We still can... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My dad might have been the one behind Osvaldo's disappearance?
Osvaldo went to see the mines, something that would have benefited both families in the merger. Osvaldo did not return. We hold on to hope that he is still alive.
What did my dad say?
He said that there was an accident in climbing the mountain.
That there was a collapse, but there has never been a body found, even after we sent excavations.
None have returned, but we still hold hope that he is alive, and hopefully that Elerthak has turned him only into a slave to work the mines. We later heard about a stone that held 500,000 dragons. It came to us from whispers and rumors of nobles left in the wake of the former Open Lord and his corruption that spread through the families and guilds that aided him. Our medical bills for the twins were racking up, and Dr. Marsh kept pushing for more in order to reach out and find more information across Faerun so that he could help them.
It should have been the first alarm of many to ring out when he pressured us into looking for the stone, which is when we had turned to the Cult of the Eye for their help with the dark-winged night-gaunt creatures to help hunt it down. Everything just seemed too fortuitous, whether for better or worse, that everything kept falling into our laps. We were able to find one of the hidden black stone pieces, but fell short on the others. In the end, with the rumors of the stone being lost, our hand was forced to complete the ritual to kill specific family members in the noble line in order for the stone to show itself.
We thank you for trying to help us complete the stone so that what happened did not have to save our children. But in the end, I guess it didn't matter. They were going to get what they wanted, which leads me to the history I've discovered about the Cassalanter name, as well as the family lines that were murdered by our hand. Over 100 years ago, our ancestors, as well as many other noble houses, saw the spell plague wash out from Undermountain and consume the form of Kelvin Aronson. In its wake, it left only his apprentice, Sara Chadran, behind, as it was just an illusion, hiding his death. In fear of losing the city they all loved and lived in, and yes, possibly with a hint of greed as well as self-preservation, They called out to the gods to help protect the city, now knowing Kelvin was dead. It was not the gods, nor archdevils that answered. It was something older, something darker. The deal hid away and seemed to be erased from time until we called out for help, causing it to come collect in the form of our youngest children. We did everything to save them, even if it meant our death. The doctor, although strange, seemed to be able to hold back the disease as we poured everything we had into saving them. It only made it easier for him to control us as we were powerless. And the truth, we had no more money.
We ran the gala on credit of our name alone and planned on using a portion of the charity funds to pay for it and continue to donate the rest. All of this and the sole focus on saving our children blinded us to the strange things my mind warned me about in passing. The way I never noticed a shadow fall on the doctor's form. The fact that he never removed his spectacles, the way I swore his limbs elongate, or the skin-crawling feeling he gave us. I merely attributed it to our stress. That is until we saw the horrors of those creatures that burst from the flesh of our friends and colleagues. I wanted to help you. Forgive me for not telling you, but your father was one of the nobles we targeted. But in his absence, we had to change some things at the last minute. It is cruel and unfair, as I know he is your blood, but I hated how he treated you. I hated how I know he had something to do with Osvaldo.
And he never saw you as the amazing daughter that you are.
However, thinking on it now, I doubt it would have worked, as the Cathalos were not there to strike the deal during the wash of the spellfire.
We invited all of you to bear witness so that you would see our truth. We had no options laid before us. To see the monsters we had to become, and the ones you will be facing when you hopefully seek to rid the world of them. I would only ask that you find it in your hearts to understand why we did what we did, and we are sorry we ever tried to involve you. We understand if you cannot forgive us, but please, please, never tell our children the truth. If the time ever comes when they are old enough to understand, tell them we were killed in the attack as well. We do not want them to grow up and live in shame. We have one last request beyond finding Osvaldo.
I'm sure you are aware we are to be executed come the morning's light for murder of a noble and treason for murder of the masked lords. We have asked the open lord that it be you who carries out that sentence.
What?
We understand this is a heavy burden, but we would rather it be someone who understands our story and remorse, who does not see us as monstrous.
I can't do that.
That's cruel.
I can't do that.
If you can't, we understand. We will not force your hand.
That's just cruel.
If the time comes, if that's what you want. Sure.
What we want is the safety of our children.
Your kids are going to be taken care of. And they're going to be fine. We'll make sure the system takes care of them. But when you tell me something like you had no choice, I thought it was under threat of torture, under force of will, under pain unbearable. I never assumed it was all just money.
Did you not hear?
I heard.
It wasn't.
I know.
Do you
I know the context. I got it.
Do you have a child?
No, don't. Don't. You don't get to do that to them. No.
I understand. It hurts. I looked at you too, and I saw this perfect family, something that felt impossible to me. And I watched you all and how happy you all were and how happy V was. And I thought to myself, I'm a part of this. I'm a part of this. And I wasn't. And I never was. And you don't deserve to die. But you do deserve to hear how much it hurts to know that you didn't even know my name. It's fine. I understand. It's Harold. It was always Harold. It was Harold years ago. But I understand that you guys had more going on. And I put a lot on you that wasn't your fault.
You actually see like a little bit more heartbreak as they realize the misunderstanding. And
It's not your fault that the way the city works and the way nobility works puts us farther apart because I was the help. It's just, you just want to believe one family can work. And it can't. I've just wanted to be like you.
we did not know the transgressions of our ancestors' pasts. And it seems that the past can sometimes change your future. Even if you did not see it coming, we were set on this path before our even understanding.
Well, you don't deserve to die for it. That's all I have to say.
No one forced you to call to Asmodeus.
Desperate times.
Greedy times.
When money was the only answer for our children's salvation in finding out how to cure them, we asked for the gods did not answer.
We'd have answered. We'd have answered. If you'd come to me and you'd have just told me, told us, we'd have answered. We'd have done something. You didn't give us a chance.
This was years ago.
It doesn't matter. You could have told us now. We could have done something now. We could have done something. You could have told us.
V goes over to Harold to
You should have told us.
calm him down. Harold, it's too late.
It is too late. It's too late.
We should go. V looks back to them one more time and she goes, I will find Osvaldo, dead or alive. That's it. She just leaves.
Harold goes with her.
Seisha takes a few steps forward and pulls a note out of her pouch. I didn't have a chance to send this morning. You've crushed the heart of a good man and a good woman. I understand your children were in danger, but you could have gone to the open Lord. You could have gone to someone. And instead, you tried reaching out to one of the darkest powers.
We could not have gone to Degult. Silverhand has only been the Open Lord for a year, and in that time was dealing with the Masked Lord murders. I do not ask for your forgiveness. I understand your judgment. And
I'm not judging you. I'm not. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that you hurt two of the best hearts I know. But I'm not judging you. You did what you thought you had to do for your children, but you need to accept how wrong you are. Read this note. I want you to read it and I want you to feel it. Because if by some miracle you do survive this, I want you to remember what's in this letter every day for the rest of your days. She sets it on a table and turns and walks out.
Are there any last words?
Venlee approaches them as well. And they're both sitting, correct?
She is sitting, he is standing.
Yeah.
Okay, she walks next to them. And I would like to pray for both of you and your souls. And she offers both her hands out to the Cassalanters.
Amalia stands up to meet you and stands beside Victoria, and they both hold their hands out.
She takes them and says, Dear Jurgal, please guide these people to whatever resting place they need to be in. I do not sit here and pretend to cast judgment on them, for that is not my job. But I hope these misguided souls find their way home eventually. And she releases their hands and looks both at them and says, the place I grew up had a saying about sickly children. And she turns over her shoulder as she walks out the doors, says, sometimes dead is better. And she walks out.
Voss, everybody's left, looks at them, extends his right hand. In a handshake.
And you see, there's hesitation. Kind of looking at you as you do, like looking to see if this is mocking or some.
Not mocking.
Yeah.
And Victoria will cautiously extend his hand out.
Handshake. I come in and whisper in his ear, thank you. And I walk out.
And as the door closes, you watch as Amalia collapses in tears into Victoria's arms as he just holds her as the door closes.
Go.
You are all given your things. Nothing is missing. And
I feel like we walk up to a very uncomfortable situation between the guard and Chuckles and Dumbo just kind of staring at each other.
You see Silvermane be like, so where are you from?
And they just...
Yeah, it just... Are you with the church as well? Your friends, they are very silent.
Oh, yes, they had their tongues cut out at a very early age.
Venlee, we're trying not to be creepy on the way out the door.
I mean, it's true. As she walks out.
Yeah. And, you hear one of the guards go, different cultures.
Once we're outside, Harold's going to turn to the group and go, what do we think?
I think we should use a favor.
I disagree.
Okay.
I have already said a prayer to Jurgal for them.
So it's 2 no. V?
No. I don't think we should use the favor.
Harold, ride with me. I don't want to talk to you. I just want to give you a minute.
What minute is needed? We made the vote.
It doesn't mean you don't have to feel it.
I just have to change a lot about the way I feel about things. But I'll ride with you. Well, okay. We came, we listened, we tried. And we're done.
Seisha summons Bernie.
Spiritual blue flamed horse, flaming mane and hooves and tail appears. You climb on.
Shit. That's it. And Harold climbs on. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Venlee, as Seisha and Harold start to gallop off.
Oh no, we're walking. We're not galloping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just as they start to move away, Venlee will turn to V and look up at her, just kind of grab her hand and say, I'm so sorry, V.
I thought that they were the most decent people I know.
In a way, they were, V. People
I
are
know.
they were.
That's what makes it worse.
They said it themselves. Desperate times. They can drive people to do ravenous, wild things. And acts of desperation is what you truly see who a person is, really. And if they are manipulated, so to speak, in their desperation, it could turn even worse. So, I don't know if we're making the right decision, V. But it is our decision. And I'm glad you were decisive, one way or the other. You are maturing, and I'm so proud of you.
I don't feel comforted.
It's not my strong suit.
No, it's okay. They wanted me to kill them.
I don't even know what to say to that, honestly.
They may have felt they were giving you some sort of cathartic revenge, perhaps.
Closure, almost.
They thought my family took their son. My family might have actually completely have done that. I'm sorry, this is just a lot to process.
Nothing can be done about it at the moment.
Just hold it close. Move on, but always remember.
You know, If they really knew me, they never would have asked.
I agree.
I'm so mad. I honestly just want to scream or something. Like,
Well, we are on the street.
I can't. I'll draw too much attention.
Am I still there?
We rode off.
Oh, we rode off. Okay.
I'm sure if you needed to work out aggression, Boss would be more than willing to allow one free hit.
Boss looks over at you.
I appreciate you donating Voss's face like that, but
Yes, how very.
Well, I didn't say it
Considerate
had to
of
be the
you.
face. It could have been the gut. A good
Yes,
choice.
so much better. No one ever dies from getting punched in the gut.
internal
I have
bleeding.
logic. Let's get a cart.
Yeah.
It may not be the time. Did you still wish to engage in your duel, or is this something you wanted the entire party to see?
Either way, we have to get a cart to go home. I don't think anyone's really in the mood to watch me beat the crap out of someone right now. I'm quite not in the mood. I might fly off the handle. And I would rather not harm someone seriously.
Fair enough. Yet you have no problem putting other people in harm's way. How very curious.
Well, because I can fix you. I can't fix myself if I go down.
Fair.
She would crush me, Voss.
I
I'm
point to
wrapped
the
in-
amulet on your neck that I know what it does.
I point to the wounds that still haven't healed from the ghost fight.
I point to the wounds I still haven't healed from the ghost fight.
You're right. Miscalculation, my bad. Well, we're off then. And she trying to scuttles into a carriage.
Yeah, and y'all easily make your way back to.
Yeah, once the size measuring contest is over, about whose scar is bigger.
Seisha's true to her word and doesn't try to talk to Harold.
Harold does not say a word.
Yeah.
Where's everybody going?
I guess she does say one thing. Where do you want to go?
Where everybody else needs to go, I guess.
Okay. And she takes him back to the tavern.
That's where we're going as well.
Right. It takes you just a moment, not long at all, to get there. And as you arrive at the tavern, Venlee, Voss, and V, you'll arrive first. Shortly thereafter, Harold and Seisha find their way slowly cantering down trotting down the street in silence as you all are back home.
I go to the bar and get a couple bottles of one really, really, really strong thing and one something that tastes really nice. And I bring it up to the living room and place it out before Harold gets back.
Okay.
V just goes to her room.
Okay.
Without saying anything.
Venlee will sit in the waiting room, essentially. She'll let V go without saying anything, and she won't say anything else.
Seisha, Harold, you make your way back upstairs into the common room and see Venlee.
I'd be there.
And Voss in there with a couple drinks laid out, just waiting.
Where's V?
She decided to retire for the night.
Pretty early.
Early is relative, depending on what the day has brought.
Did she say anything?
We briefly spoke. She's having a very hard time.
I would imagine so. I genuinely don't know what to do.
Let everyone lick their wounds for now.
Yeah.
We'll
Have a
figure
couple-
out what we're gonna do with that rock.
Yes.
But we need
Whenever-
V here for that.
When everyone feels more level-headed, perhaps later today, we can discuss our next step with it.
I don't know what you mean. I see clearer now than I ever have.
Give it a few, then.
Venlee offers a single shot, like a single itty bitty shot of the really, really hard stuff. She just kind of offers it to Harold without saying.
He'll take take the shot and then put it down and say, "I'm gonna go get V." He'll head up the stairs.
All right. So make your way up to V's room.
There's a knock at your door.
What?
It's me.
Sorry, come in.
It's fine. And he opens the door and shuts it behind him. He's like, "I was really expecting you to throw something anyway."
There's a pillow that's ripped up. Feathers are everywhere.
Was that the nice one?
Yeah.
Wow, you're really upset.
They gave me 1,000 gold. They didn't even have money. Where did it come from?
I don't know. I don't know.
I thought my feelings were hurt when I thought maybe they were trying to bribe me. And now I don't even know how to feel.
I don't either.
I'm just mad.
Me too. I'm really pissed. Everyone was right. Everyone was right, man. How? I just wish that they'd felt like they'd had help. Somebody they could have gone to at the time. And by the time we'd reached them, they'd gone so far down the slope. Nothing we could have said or done would have pulled them back. They felt like they had to.
Nobles don't trust anyone.
Trust that stupid fucking doctor. But I understand there was so much going on and they were confused. And they saw the swift path to what they wanted and they took it.
You know, I wonder, after they die tomorrow, if the kids will just magically get better.
I think so.
Part of me wonders if, as doctor or whatever it is, one making them sick to begin with.
I'm pretty sure they said that kids got worse when he showed up.
Yeah.
So that leaves us with not a lot. Sure doesn't leave us with a lot, does it? Not a lot of closure. We don't know about Osvaldo. The Cassalanters turned on us. Their kids are going to grow up without parents. But what's worse? Letting them die or letting them live, being just pieces of the people they used to be, broken. They'll never pull themselves back together.
I don't know. I don't know. They clearly seem to think that they absolutely can't live without the money.
It's everything they know. And they needed it for the kids. Fuck, man. What the fuck?
I think, in a weird way, I think part of them wants to die.
I agree. They think it's the last way to save some dignity.
But to ask me to do it?
I think that they think that it's poetic or that it's justice or that you're so angry. I think they miss the point of why we're angry and what we're angry about. What kind of anger it is.
If it was like they were about to uncontrollably turn into monsters themselves and go kill the city, then yeah, I would kill them, but not just because
they made a mistake. All right, we're gonna talk about the stone. I know now's not exactly the best time, but I gotta keep going or I'm just gonna be useless all day.
Fine, I'll come down. I just needed a moment. I don't even know how I'm going to react if there is no money with the stone.
I don't care anymore. I just have to see it done so that all these people who died, it's not useless, so that it means something. Now I have to know what's behind that fucking vault. I have to know. This is one of those times where it doesn't matter. If I open up, there's nothing in it, at least I know. I'm not going in the grave until I know what's behind that vault door.
Okay.
And I can't do it without you.
Promise me we leave the city when this is done.
I promise. We're going to go to those mountains. I promise you. We're going to find the truth. We're going to find out everything.
As of right now, I see nothing for me here.
We're still carving out a piece. We're going to make this place our place somehow.
Not even safe in our own tavern.
We will be. Because each time something like this happens, we learn something. And he takes her hand and he's like, and we get stronger. And you're the strongest person I know. And I wouldn't want to be facing any of this without you.
Thanks.
You're my best friend.
You're my best friend.
And he'll hug her real tight.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Katie. And then he'll... fuck! And then he'll take her back downstairs. Fuck. I'm going to cry a lot this episode, apparently.
While they were gone, Venlee pours a shot for herself and Seisha and pours out some water into a glass for Voss.
Nod.
For what it's worth. I still don't think they should die, but they want to.
That's why they should live.
That's what I was just thinking.
Dying is the easy way to deal with it. Living and facing what you've done and living with the consequences is justice.
Seisha, you told the Open Lord earlier you had a list of names.
Oh, the ritual.
Elerthak Gathala's name is on that list?
I pull it out and look. Yes. Yes, it is.
What about the Rose's name? Is it on that list?
I look. No.
Interesting.
Was not at attendance.
Yeah.
No, but not listed. How did they find out who the Masked Lords were?
I don't think they knew.
I think the doctor knew.
It's too specific.
They mentioned the families being put on a path. I couldn't quite hear them. I was a little distracted at the fact that they were trying to get them to kill.
Not even other Masked Lords know who Masked Lords are.
I think they know to an extent. I mean, they interact with them. They have to recognize their voice, their body shape.
I mean, we've seen them cloaked. They are completely
Indistinct.
yeah.
They look
I've seen
the
DMs
same, the
list.
same height, the same size.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be very obvious.
Oh, are we back?
No.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was back.
It's okay. I was like, oh fuck, we're back. It's all good.
I don't know. All I know is that I genuinely don't think they knew who the other masked lords were. I think it was supernatural knowledge gleaned from
Whatever deal it was they struck.
with the far realms. That's what answered. The eye.
The cult of the eye.
That kind of omniscience is disturbing.
The elder eye. That's what's behind all this from that perspective. The cult of the eye serves the elder eye. That's what the doctor spoke of.
Is that the symbol that we saw on those people back on the ship when we first came here?
Yes.
Interesting. It certainly seems that that is becoming more pertinent as we move forward.
I think it connects more than we've discussed. I've thought a lot about this. I'll wait till V and Harold get back, but I think it's all connected. And they mentioned old nobles that struck a deal after watching the first Blackstaff die.
That's what I was talking about. Perhaps that's how they knew. Whoever made that deal is now masked lords, potentially.
I mean, I've got the list of everybody who was on there. So we've got the names of all of the masked lords who were killed and a few extra.
We should compare that to see who's still alive, and also keep that information to ourselves.
Well, all of them are dead.
So 12. Is the whole
12 were masked lords, 16 were killed total.
That list that you have is not the list of people killed.
Oh,
That is the list that you found in the hand.
okay.
Hmm.
I've got this list, but
So you need to compare that list with who was killed.
right.
Yeah. There might be some overlap.
We'd have to sit down and figure out who died and who was on this list because, like I said, the
it's just
Gathala, Elthrak Gathala is on this list, and so is her mother.
that information should be open to the public. We should be able to compare that fairly easily. The deaths of nobles will be said in the newspaper, I think.
I've got to go speak with the newspaper editors today. Anyways, I can
Please.
pick up a copy.
That seems like a good use of our time.
Yeah,
All right.
Thacia downs the shot.
She'll take it with you. And then when she puts it down, she looks Sasha in the eye and says, I believe I'm changing my vote.
If Venlee says no, she and Harold really have their say. They're the two that.
And they are split.
But is it fair to Venlee? I think it should be up to the two of them. And
You
if
mean
they're at an
V.
impasse, that's a no.
You mean V?
I'm sorry, V. I think it should be a no if they're at an impasse, because it's what the city demands. Like I said, we could always try to secret their bodies and tell them they've lost all worldly possessions and have to leave the city.
That won't work. Because we've already mentioned it to L'Oreal.
Well,
I'm assuming by this time Harold and V are coming back, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we'll come down the stairs and be like, hey, here for rock talk.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
love the rock talk.
Talk the rock.
Okay.
We are one piece of one key away. The last part of your book. We need to start.
I thought we had the last key. I thought that's what the ashes were. Oh.
We need to complete the book.
Yeah, I thought we had to go into the book.
The bracelet is the last key to this.
I'm definitely not exactly in a book mood currently.
No.
I don't think anyone is. And aside from that, we need to start prepping for an expedition.
We need to discuss completing this. I have a really, really, really bad feeling about all this. When the doctor was ranting, he listed several names, and Golor was among them. I think Golor is tied to the Far Realms, and I think if we complete this, we're going to release something horrible.
I agree. Why would it be so gung-ho on being put together just for someone to have some money?
But I mean, in the Stone's eyes, it's already put together, isn't it? What is it? What's it saying to you these days?
Very little. It seems content. And
Doesn't-
it answered honestly the last question that I asked it. So, how about I put this idea to rest? What if I asked it what's inside the vault?
It's actually, it's so straightforward that I never would have thought of it.
Why not?
It's pretty genius. What
Because
do you?
it doesn't have to, you need to ask for everything that's in the vault. Otherwise, it could only list partial things.
All right.
Or we
Seisha,
could
I
happen
need-
what happens when we open the vault.
No.
Yes, that too.
No, that's too vague. You get one question, right?
One question a day.
Tell me everything that is within the vault.
Seisha, I need you to heal me. Asking questions is painful, and I am still wounded from the previous fight.
Sure. I will cast Cure Wounds at
Yeah, I got a
second level.
pretty nasty hangnail from my time in the pantry. So I know what you
How
mean.
sad for you.
It was bad, man. Rose is angry. That's an angry lady.
Take 16 healing.
Wait, that should be more than enough.
Could we perhaps have had a short rest on the carriage ride?
You, between the carriage ride and sitting here and talking, absolutely, you could have had a short rest.
Cool.
Harold,
Okay.
take 12
I'll go ahead and
What's that? 12 what?
healing.
Oh, I'm full. I'm sure I've long rested, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good. You're
Yeah.
just looking around.
Yeah.
No, heal
I
that
watched my
hangnail.
hangnail disappear. I'm like, oh, thank you. Yeah. That's
Boss
really
looks at you with
Yep.
such disdain.
Harold, what if we've told you you have this bad history with dealing with roses. You need to stop.
oh my god, that's so true.
All right, with this short rest, I'm back up to full.
Always ends up with a thorn. I don't know. Yes, yeah.
And
okay. All right.
I will ask the stone. Tell me everything that is in the vault of Dagalt Neverember.
Okay. A voice surges through your mind with absolute clarity. Once again, with a rush of information that embeds itself into your mind, causing
2 points of psychic damage.
and take that
Oh, that's
away
not
from your
nearly as bad as last time.
yeah. Take that away from your maximum hit hit
Yep.
points.
Yep.
And you hear
Sealed behind the 3 keys cast within a Malarkin door lies a sea of mountains. 500,000 precious gold coins stolen by the former Open Lord, now guarded over by the one known as Aranax, who holds the oldest key to the city.
Did it answer? Did it say something?
Yes.
So are we boned?
No.
Yes.
So
That's
just
great.
money.
There's money.
There is money. There is indeed
there it is!
500,000 dragons. There's also
500,000!
something else.
Oh.
Something called... Something guarding the treasure, not something To be
Fuck.
unleashed, I feel. Something guarding it.
No.
Arumthax.
No,
that was the name, right?
No, what is it?
Arumthax.
Do I have
Aranax.
Aranax.
any idea what that is?
Same.
Sounds like a dragon or something.
I was gonna RNX you the same thing.
I will say that if you guys look through your notes and also Mr. Keen Mind, you have heard that name before. It has been very seldom, but as to what it is, you have no idea.
Heard it, don't know. But he holds the oldest key to the city.
Well, we can just ask him for it.
Nothing behind it seemed vile or destructive.
Bingo.
But there is money, so the vault is legitimate. But whatever this thing is that's guarding it sounds... I don't know.
What if now we all have it deep in our souls that something really bad is going to happen if we open that vault? We all feel it deep down. I'm sure we've all had nightmares, and I know that most of you involve the pants in the nightmares. It's fine, because that's probably what would happen.
I think it will be dangerous. I don't know if something from our nightmares is going to get released.
Here's what I'm getting at. What if the reason the Harbinger has such a hard-on for the vault and for getting it open and everything, what if he wants that key?
Potentially.
It's the oldest key. He's like the oldest thing.
Harold, there's something you need to know.
Yeah?
When we went to get, we went to the Far Realm fight that we had with the doctor.
Yeah.
When I flew up to him, there's no Harbinger yet. He said that he would become the Harbinger, but when I flew up to him to fight him, he said, Seisha Valisbard, you have been chosen. I don't know what that means, but I have a really bad feeling that they're trying to make me the Harbinger.
Did you take a ticket to his doctor's office and maybe you were just the next in line? Or
No.
this is a bad joke.
When we got there, they burned the books. They waited till I was there to burn the books. They made it personal. They could have destroyed those at any time, but they waited till I saw it. My Solar, normally Aasimar have a Deva. I have a Solar. That's not typical. That takes a lot more power to corrupt. And mine is corrupted.
Do you think somehow opening these gates to the money and stuff is gonna make you become the Harbinger?
Obed wanted the stone so he could know the location of something called the Jothaman dagger.
Dagger, yes.
And
I think that's why he wanted it.
Later that day, a certain dagger from a certain heart was pulled from it, and a god died.
He wanted the Jothaman dagger, the crown of Bay al-Kursi, the blood of a name that Ninjushigempo, something like that, and the forgotten silvered truth. That's what he rattled off. I think those have to do with, if I had to make a guess, I would say those are items necessary to open the path to the far realms into this realm.
Okay, so what about the... Let's focus on one thing at a time right now. Do we have those lists?
That, but I think all of this is related.
No, I agree. I was going to ask if you had those lists.
Yes.
If we could just take a quick look and just like plop those down and really like figure out.
Everything relating to the far realm in this city has been destroyed. That's what those books were. They were all of the information that relates to the far realm in the city.
So we had to think that the doctor was pretty high up there. The guy was knowledgeable, and we killed this guy, right? He's toast.
Yes.
So who were his friends?
The cultists of the eye.
So I guess my next question would be, do you think the Cassalanters know any of the people that came by to speak with the doctor?
I think they were patsies and wouldn't know.
If they had any useful information to share with us, I think they would have told us, given what they said.
So we're left with, we know the cult, but we don't know any of the individuals, which means that we don't really have any solid path to take yet. We need to get,
to this.
not specifically to this.
As for the vault, I feel like whatever this cult was got what they wanted from it. I don't know for sure. But the fact that the money's in there at least means that the legends are true. Things have changed now that the Open Lord has said the Rose is essentially opposing her openly.
This guy must think
He's untouchable.
He wouldn't think that if he didn't have something behind himself.
Or maybe things that were in his way aren't in his way anymore.
Maybe.
Like what?
I don't know. Maybe the nobles that died were somehow inhibiting him.
Could be. What I see this as is this money can be used as a means to an end. Neither the Rose nor Manchun are looking for the stone anymore.
Starbuckler was on the list. He was on the list of nobles that were supposed to be killed.
It's a good thing that he did not stay then.
Wow, in a weird way, we did save his life from an assassination. We weren't wrong.
V, do you know a bark-held hailing horse?
Do I know a hailing horse?
That sounds very familiar.
It does. Well, we're gonna have to make you guys look through your notes for that one.
Ah!
Those aren't the Griffin
You know
riders,
how
are they?
I just
Ailing horse, whole horse. I can't remember his name.
No, and I don't believe I can give the keen mind answer to this one because I do not think that Voss was there for that interaction.
I just want to point out, this is the pile of notes.
You're welcome.
So I think
Take
that
a
the
while.
idea is that, especially now that he has all this power and we've got Manchun on the ropes.
Not the people
I mean,
who
there's
have all the
a
horses,
lot less
right?
voting power in the city, right? So there's not a lot of people who can vote for measures that would stop him.
Well, I don't agree that necessarily Manchun is on the ropes, although I will agree we struck a great blow to him that day.
He's on the ropes in comparison to the Rose right now.
Fair enough. I think one of the things we need to discuss with the Cassalanters now out, sorry to be so blunt, where the money goes. And I say, we do have an avenue through which we can help the city. Jarlaxle needs to get his 100,000. And I think the rest need to go to the Doom Raiders.
The Doom Raiders? Why?
Yes. They have shown great interest, aside from being steadfast allies in absolutely every avenue that we have pursued.
Yeah.
They have genuine interest in helping the field ward, and also, and more importantly, they are not bound by the limits of the city.
Yeah, but
Sure.
as soon as we hand them a big stack of money and we hand them the field ward is entirely out of our hands and entirely out of the hands of the city. With the Open Lord, who would want to help it the most?
I don't think it would be.
If we give it to the Open Lord, the Masked Lords will find out, and they will want a cut. It goes through noble hands first, and it will never reach the field ward.
He's right.
There's a lot less noble hands for it to go through right now.
And which noble hands do you think it will go to first?
The Open Lord.
The Gathalas.
The Gathalas?
Only we had an IOU to instate the field ward as a ward using that money that we find.
Also, we can't really allow Laurel to take more heat than she already has. As she said before, the Masked Lords could very easily uprise against her. It would be best and in our interest to help the city to use a circumvented route as opposed to a direct one.
I don't know about that. I just don't know about that.
We don't need to make a decision now, but it's worth thinking about. I'm going to Davil later on today. More than that, we need to think about how the hell we're going to get 500,000 dragons out of that vault.
Several bags of holding.
How much does a bag of holding hold?
Not a whole lot.
Roughly 500 pounds.
Not a whole lot.
I hold my own purse in my hand, which is fairly weighty. It's got about 1,000, a little bit more than 1,000 gold in it. And I'm just thinking.
I can
about
make
that.
friends to help us carry it out. It's not that big of a deal.
It's going to weigh a tremendous amount. We're going to need help. Not just that. Before I go any further, we know the vault's in Undermount somewhere, right?
You don't know where it is
Don't know?
actually. Nope.
Damn. For some reason I thought it was.
No,
We do know.
we do.
Okay.
Hang on.
Because we have a whole plan of collapsing cave systems on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have that. That's why I thought. Do I know that?
I'm looking.
I feel like that was given to us. That's why I'm saying it.
I don't think you have an exact location. I think you were given a general.
Do not have an exact location, but I'm just like, Undermount's a big area.
We were told it was in Undermount.
It's under mountain, by the way, not under mountain. Just want
Under
to
Mountain, sorry.
throw that out there.
You're such a stickler.
I'm
about
sorry.
Under Mountain.
I'm sorry.
Under Mountain. We know it's an Under Mountain somewhere. It's an incredibly treacherous area, and it's going to require an expedition of people. I see no reason. The Doom Raiders are a resource that has been invaluable to us every single time. I see no reason not to.
Not to give them 400,000 gold.
Yes.
I can think of a few reasons.
I can
Give
name
me
one.
time, I can come up with some more, I promise you.
We are
The
low
biggest
on
one is Davil.
roughly knowing that that's going to weigh, let's say, about 10,000 pounds. I don't know. Never mind.
That's all good.
No.
You would know for about 50 gold, you'd know at least this. You can do the math and play if you
Okay.
want, but 50 gold is equal to about a pound.
We are out of avenues. We can't keep it ourselves, obviously. We can't even keep a fraction of it. But more than that, if this goes off and no one knows it's been taken, all we have to let loose is that the vault has been opened. And everyone is going to assume those with means and resources are the ones who took it, i.e. the Xanathar and the Zentarum.
If that's the case, then what difference does it make if we give it to the Open Lord and make sure she handles it the right way?
I don't, from what the meeting we had today, it seemed like our hands were tied. That's what I mean when I say we have to go through unconventional means if this is going to help the city in any way.
What also will help the city is when we drive a sword through the Rose's heart.
We are not prepared to do that yet.
Honestly, we don't know if we aren't prepared to do that yet. I have no idea how capable that guy is.
If he's challenging the Open Lord openly and she can't do anything about it, I have to assume he's not just bluffing.
Well,
There's genuine power behind him and a genuine threat.
well, keep in mind that the Open Lord can't publicly do much.
Exactly.
We can.
Yes. And it would be best to use a group that we're quite friendly with.
Yeah, quite friendly. Goes out the window when 400,000 gold is involved.
I'm going to be meeting with Davil later on today. All of you are welcome to come.
I was going to go see Gariel tonight.
I was hoping to see Renair.
Well, then I will go tonight, and anyone who wishes to come with me is welcome. Either way, we need to start planning for this. And I don't see another avenue that can serve us.
It's just...
It's a lot, I know, and it requires a great deal of trust, I know.
Yeah.
But the longer we sit on this, the more
What have the Doom Raiders done against us?
It doesn't matter what they've done against us. You 400,000 gold in front of a criminal organization. Are you kidding me? anything. All rules go out the window when you're talking about money. That much.
I don't see them as a criminal organization.
Well, I understand.
Admittedly, I'm biased, but
I mean, they do crime.
Sure.
So that makes them a criminal organization that they're there to do crime.
But to be fair, we do crime too, Harold.
I recognize that. But if we're going to hand an enormous stack of money to somebody, what do you think the Open Lord's going to think if we hand it to Davil, which she will inevitably find out, instead of her?
She's not going to know for quite
She
some
is
time.
the-
She's in favor of it going to the field ward. If we explain to her that we're giving it to them to invest into the field ward,
And then they don't, and then what?
I don't think they're not going to. I think they will.
So we hand any criminal organization I would have worked with growing up, here's 400,000 gold, and they would be like, great. 100,000 of that goes to us, 300,000 of that goes to whatever the fuck you want because you're crazy.
Harold, come with me tonight.
It's not. You expect me after what's happened to me to trust Davil?
No.
Well, I don't.
I'm asking you to come. Let's sort this out.
Sure, I'll come with you, but as far as I'm concerned, we had an avenue that we were all pretty much agreeing on, and we're suddenly changing the rules right at the finish line.
I always believed the Doom Raiders were going to get a cut of this.
Not the whole thing.
Yeah, 400,000 is not a cut.
Where else are we giving it? As I've said before, Laurel is compromised by her own admission.
I think that if we bring up the amount of money we're talking about, she'll make the avenues necessary to make sure it gets handled properly. She knows what we want out of this. Davil knows what we want out of this, but Davil's going to want something too. At the end of the day, whether or not he's a noble, like not a noble, but like a noble man and wants what's best for the city or for people, that's fine. But 400,000 gold changes people.
Sure. Let's go talk about this with him.
Well,
Yeah, sure.
before that, and she stands up, takes another shot. I have asked to beat. You're welcome to join me.
I'll join you on this endeavor.
Yeah, I'd like to see an STB.
Go. I need to speak with the Black Staff.
I also would like to check on Alpha Lead.
V, do you want to watch a wizard fight? Oh, you're muted. You're still muted?
Damn it. Sorry. I want to see Wizard fight. Also, I'm going to invite Rhaenyra to the Wizard fight.
When we were
But I just realized I don't have a paper bird.
when we were in that nightmare and the Far Realms,
Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Sorry.
there was a
You also know he's downstairs.
Oh, he is downstairs. I forgot.
That he manages your bar.
But you also know that today is a very busy day, as it is
Agaron's day, so
Yeah.
it's super busy.
It may have
Okay.
calmed down a little bit now that she's gone.
It probably calmed down a bit, but I mean, yeah, please go talk to him. Sorry, continue, Sasha.
there was a series of lines that we received, and I'm looking at them, and it kind of reads like the Black Staff and Mistra. I don't know if that's true, but it's a parallel. Just something I thought I'd throw out there. As
I'd
I'm
rather
going through
not
my
think
notes.
about that before I walk in there.
In any case, it's best if we get moving, continue staying on action.
Yeah, sure.
Then
All
let's
right.
Go. And we will set off for the Blackstaff.
All right, as you all make your way out and headed towards the Blackstaff, we're gonna take a break.
Cool.
Thank you for sticking with us through this extremely traumatizing and emotional first. Reminder, we are giving away a digital copy of Tasha's Cauldron to Everything on D&D Beyond. If you enter #Beyond, please enter only once so you're not disqualified. Also, we are giving away a free miniature from Eldritch Foundry. And if you enter #Eldritch?
Yes, hashtag Eldritch.
I was like say shit with. And
You okay there, Katie?
I found the name.
Oh!
And we will learn that name when we come back. We'll see
Hashtag
you in
beyond.
15 to 20.
Hashtag Goblet of Crunk.
Oh my god.
Hey everyone, we're back.
Apparently.
After a very heartfelt and emotional first half,
I know what you're talking about.
after talking to the Cassalanters and learning quite a bit about what, and I guess inspired them to make horrible decisions. That's not a good choice of words there.
Why they ended up having to make the decisions.
What forced their hand. But learned a lot, and now we are on our way to the Blackstaff Tower to have a wizard duel and talk about some stuff.
You make your way back into the castle ward, back to the squat black tower with the iron gates made of casted staves and wands that make the closing gates back into the gardens. And you press your hand up against the cold black seamless stone and cast a cantrip, one of your many now cantrips.
Yeah. Let's do mending today.
All right, so you spend a minute.
Oh, mage hand. I lied.
Feeling a little concerned as the magic coursing through you did not instantly take hold, and the rune did not appear across your hand. You change to mage hand as it casts, and the emblem of the gray hands appears behind on your back of your hand as you walk through. Tayshalan seems to pay you no mind as you walk past him through the illusionary wall into the great hall.
Yep.
That everyone seems to be studying or feasting in. Where are you heading?
Well, first, do I see Alina?
Alina. Yes. As you're wandering through, you see that she is poring over a couple of books, a little bit more pep in her step, as she does not seem concerned, as you've learned that Master Orbeard has returned. But she seems deep in her studies, as if to catch up from the time he was sequestered away.
She kind of walks over to her, and then just, if she doesn't notice her walk up, she'll just bounce up and down and ring her armor a couple times until Alina looks up at her.
And she looks up with a quirky smile and tilts her head. Oh, hey, Venlee. Everyone's here this time.
Yes, I actually wanted to offer you a little break from your studies because a certain person in the necromantic field has challenged me to a duel of sorts.
Is that real armor?
Yeah, and she like hits it.
Awesome.
I've learned a couple new things over the last week. I've spent a lot of time protecting myself.
And you're still able to cast?
Of course.
That's pretty impressive.
It's quite easy. I can actually teach it to you. It just requires devotion to a certain god.
And she looks down at her necklace that hangs, and you see, oh my god,
The scale bearer.
Torm.
Tyr.
The Justice.
It's Tyr.
Tyr.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm sure he could teach you.
I mean, I want to be a magistrate one day, and I don't really see a bunch of magistrates wearing armor.
Fair. You could be the first, though. Make quite a
Could.
splash.
That is
It's a
a
fashion
wonderful thought.
statement.
You remember my friends.
Yes. Harold V.
Bill.
I thought it was started with an R.
Yeah, this is
Last name.
Ronto.
Oh, okay. And then, of course, Seisha.
And then this, you obviously know Chuckles and Dumbo and Savard.
Yeah, strong silent type.
Yes. I convinced one of the guards up at the jail earlier today that they had their tongues cut out as children. You should have seen the look on their face. It was quite magnificent.
That is a little dark.
Yeah, you should have seen the look on my face. It was quite accurate.
But yes, I was about to go find him and kick off this, whatever this is supposed to be. I've never done anything like this.
Wizard duels are different between each class. I've never seen a necromancer duel before. I would actually be really interested. I'm just really busy right now. I have to catch up with all the studies.
Well, I'm sure I'll tell you all about it.
He got lost in the tunnels under the city. He's strange.
Huh. How peculiar.
Yeah, but Aiden, he's with Master Cost.
Oh, good. Well, I'll be off. If you happen to see Althalid, let her know what I'm doing. And
she's so good.
Isn't she? She had pure raw talent. I'm very excited to see where she goes when she focuses.
And she's definitely there's a lot of power in that one. She likes to use it in the elements, so
she has singed plenty of my hair, which is impressive.
Evocation.
Kind of steps over to Venlee and says very quietly,
You might want to let Althalid know who's here with you.
No.
Caught off guard.
Of course. I'm sure Alina here will mention that all of my friends are with me for this occasion.
No. Voss, as soon as you would mention that, would have left.
I'm gonna shoot.
Would you let him know that I wasn't inviting Althalid to watch? I just wanted her to know I was here.
Sure, I'll go catch him.
Thank you.
Seisha will take off after Voss.
Okay.
Voss is not moving far. He's just waiting by the entrance.
Boss. She wasn't inviting her. She would like you to be there.
I promised that girl that she'd never have to see me again.
I know,
I intend to keep that.
but she's not going to be there.
Give her my best and give her this. And I take out the ointment that I keep with me, just in case she needs it.
How many uses do you have of that?
2 uses left. I used 2 on V. I had 4 charges on it.
Okay.
You okay?
It is what it is.
Do you want me to come with you?
No. Venlee needs you far more than I do. Thank you.
Okay.
And I will wait where I am.
Now I'll head back to Venlee.
Here you go. Voss wanted you to have this.
Okay.
And he said he'll catch up with us later.
Well, Alina, you can let her know that my friend Bill is not there if she would like to come and watch the duel. If that's even allowed, I, once again, don't know.
Oh yeah, anybody that's not studying can go watch.
Perfect. Then perhaps I'll go find her, since you're enraptured in your study.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy. It was good seeing everyone.
Yes.
Bye.
Goodbye, Alina. And she'll turn and walk away and start to head towards wherever she thinks Alina would be at this time of day.
Althalid.
Familiar. Okay. It went out. All right. See ya.
Yeah, as a wizard's familiar just starts crawling over you, Harold, and then meows and then jumps off onto the nearby table. Yep. And a young man runs by. Come back here!
He hasn't quite mastered that spell yet. His familiar is a little unruly.
Cute though.
Pretty basic.
He looks like a demon to me.
It very well may be.
Wouldn't that be a warlock?
Let me autoplay tell y'all that it very much is a demon.
And confirm.
Maybe one of those little tiny fiends that can shape change.
Yeah, shape change into a tornado of blades.
So you make your way back up to the spiraling staircase that stretches out in different doorways that lead into the impossible pathways hidden within the small squat tower that hides its true magical nature of the endless labyrinth that it can become. You return back to the room that the Blackstaff took you to, which is the Evocations Wizard's room. And you see it's almost like a kata, as like an open room of sand, and many people in different robings all move in a like clockwork and rhythmic motions that seem to move and sway with the elements around, as in sharp punching motions or fluid movements, almost like watching monks dance. And from their hands erupts wind, fire, water, earth. All of them is the pure magic of the elements pours from their bodies. And standing at the front of the room, mimicking them and showing them in slow movements, wide stretching arms, is this old man with this long white beard that matches the hair that flows from the top of his head. He wears intricate arcane blue and gold robes that are just scattered with all of these arcane runes, billowing and flowing with every movement. You can hear them move almost like a flag billowing in the wind with heavy material. And as he pours light from his hands that erupts into these rings of fire that seem to radiate and wash around him.
Could I make an Arcana check to see what he's doing?
Sure.
Oop, I click spells. That won't help me.
May I as well?
Yeah, 1 second.
Absolutely.
21.
I rolled a 1. That's a 5. Oh, I know where I heard that name. Arnax. I know where I heard it. Remember the guy who went crazy? What was his name? Dalakar. Dalakar? It was one of the names scrawled on his wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, that makes sense. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Because he had a lot of tally marks.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So that's the thing that's apparently guarding something.
Interesting.
The noble is somebody else. I'm still looking for that. Your hair looks really pretty today.
Hold on. So 21, you said?
Yes.
And technically you can't get it because it's one above, but I'll let you know anyways. He is casting prismatic spray.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Obviously the other students are not. They are doing smaller forms of elemental, but he is
Burning
controlling.
hands, ice spike.
Yeah, all of that. But he is in full control over manipulating the fires of a red prismatic spray.
Do I see Althalee? I see Althalee somewhere among the class, correct?
Yes.
In the time that I spent with her when she was in this class, was it generally accepted for me to pull her out? now.
The last time that you saw her get pulled out of class, the black staff pulled her out of class.
Mm,
But you could try.
I'm not going to lie to you all. The evocation teacher kind of scares me. And I forgot that she was currently in a class.
Oh,
I will give her advice after the duel.
okay.
And we will leave her to her studies because I do not want my armor singed again.
Again?
Don't worry about it.
What happened the first time?
Some rogue students flippantly casting.
I have never seen you look this uncomfortable. Let's keep moving.
People are very strong here.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All right.
And then I'll make my way up to my Master of Necromancy and his TA.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Eventually, you walk down a dark, foreboding hallway. The flames flicker here a little bit less bright than anywhere else. And there's just like this ominous oppression as a chill kind of washes over you. A similar chill that you would typically attribute to wandering a dark cemetery at night. And pouring out of a room is the end of a class of a bunch of students walking in dark robes and different layerings and cordings and everything like that you can all start to notice as you've made your way through the Blackstaff Tower multiple times, that these cordings and the robes signify different things, and these all match those that practice the art of necromancy.
Whereas the other classes you've seen are full of pupils, anxious to learn. This one's few and far between. This is the least amount of students you've seen.
I will pass the students on my way and I will refer to each of them by name.
Okay. They all nod to you with kind of an excited but questionable look, as there's always something going on between you and Aiden.
And your new armor you're wearing.
Yeah, that.
And you see, as you can hear like whispers behind as you leave, like, did you see she's wearing?
Yeah, that's not going to help her at all.
I know.
She knows that's not how it works, right? And then they continue on.
Oh, I should have asked. Oh well. They've already gone. And here I go. Walking in the door. Right now. Taking
Okay.
one step forward.
Talking to
Yeah.
us or yourself? Oh, okay.
As you reach through the threshold, your heel steps onto the stone as it almost echoes out into this grand chamber that looks way larger than it should be for the number of students that you saw. It's like a grand auditorium, almost like an old open air stage, as there's a semicircle that of tiered chairs and steps that lead down to the desk, where you see a man that is bald, with tattoos stretched across the top of his head. He sits at his desk with steepled fingers and a stern look, as he is adorned in all gold and reds of that of a Thayan wizard. Standing before him is the long-haired, ombre-colored, that falls to his shoulders, gaunt, thin male with dark, heavy circles under his eyes, as he seems to discuss something with the Master Koss before the step silences the room as they look in your direction, Venlee.
Good day. I have come to pick up a gauntlet, so to speak.
Venlee Galanoda, you finally answer my call to a challenge.
I was quite busy. You see, dead things.
If you think that is going to save you from my magics, you are a fool. As he looks towards your half plate.
Oh, this is not for you. I don't need this for you. In fact, I could take it off if you want.
Do not disgust me with your attempts at flattery and flirtation.
Ew.
Who's disgusting now, creep? And I'd like to give her bardic inspiration.
Of course.
V looks him up and down. No one here is flirting with you. Sorry.
Fucking, here comes the noble. With
My bad. I forgot. How rude of me. These are my friends.
Galanodel.
Oh.
This is not the place for you and your friends' coy remarks. I would ask you not to disgrace my classroom with your antics.
He started
He
it.
started it.
I love that both me and Harold went straight.
And you see the bald Thayan just glaring at you, sitting behind the desk.
I motioned to V. I'm like, shh.
Well, if we are to have this duel, shall I meet you in the dueling room?
Of course.
Master Cost, we'll have discussions of our theories later.
Of course, Aiden.
Shall we, Miss Galanodel?
Ladies first. As she offers him to guide the way.
I guess that is a despairing remark against your own kind, then, as he walks forward, since you find me so disgusting.
I find everyone disgusting. And she more says that to herself.
Harold wants so bad to just start talking shit, but he keeps looking over the corner of his eye, and it's like, damn it.
You see the wizard's eyes just on you.
I'm almost like pleading with him, like, just almost like, let me. Fine.
Yeah, there is a very stern coldness to the Master Cost that you haven't really seen on anyone else's faces, save one, and that is Manchu. Just pure, uncaring apathy.
Yeah, and you can see, like, as his fingers are steepled, you can see that there are tattoos that go all the way up his fingers, all the way down his wrists. Almost every inch of his skin is covered in tattoos.
Maybe I should, as we're leaving, I'll be like, maybe I should have asked him if he knew Ray. Ray of Thay. Maybe y'all know him? No? I don't know.
Or Blaven.
Blay of Thay, and Ray of Thay.
Lay Ray.
And eventually you are all led into this grand auditorium as a bunch of students seem to rush in more and more and more as word starts to spread over the next 30 minutes. And Aiden comes to you. I guess this is your first time in a wizard's duel.
Yep.
So do you know the rules? I assume you do, since you find yourself so intellectually inclined.
Well, in this particular matter, I'm afraid I have to admit defeat. Please enlighten me on the rules. I would hate to slip up before the match even began.
Well, I do not want to dishearten you because you will not have the satisfaction of striking me, nor I you.
Yeah, we got it. You're really great. Could you tell us the rules already?
Harold.
I'm sorry. What I meant to say was you're really great and you keep reminding us. Would you tell us the rules already?
No. You think that I am boasting. What I am saying is that in necromancy duels, it is not the wizards that battle.
Oh, it's their little dudes. Your little dudes battle.
How astute the Goliath is. You may enter only one undead. No summoning from the Shadowfell, no mass undead hordes, no creating ghouls, ghasts, wights, or mummies.
Gerald leans over to Venlee. Use the frog.
This is a battle of magic, not of money. So no outside material, armor, or weapons are allowed. Any amount of sustainable magical enhancements through the weave are allowed, but only from the caster. No magical items or scrolls.
So they fight fisticuffs, is it? No swords.
Sure. The caster cannot be harmed in the fight through self-destruction or as an outburst of misconduct from the other. The latter will result in expulsion from the Blackstaff Tower and or Force Grey. You have 1 minute to prepare yourself.
Okay. So to be
Wait, how many minutes do you get to prepare yourself? See, this guy's already trying to game the system. Harold's gonna turn and he's just being an ass, just trying to get in this guy's head. It's like he's doing the like the counter to the I'm so great. It's the I don't whatever. I'm too stupid to care. And so I'm gonna turn to Venlee and be
He's
like,
hyping like he hypes for V.
yes, it's the exact same thing. He's like, I got your back from the sideline. You are going to crush this guy. What are you using? You using Bob? Using the frog? You should probably use the frog. Frog's huge. Frog's scary. Frog's missing an eye.
That frog would intimidate the piss out of whatever
Look, if any
guy
dead thing,
he has, little pocket monster, whatever he's got.
if you look, no matter what kind of thing that he could bust out, like anything you can make. If I woke up and saw it in my room, that frog is making me shit the bed. That's the only one. The frog is terrifying. How strong is the frog?
I would use Chuckles.
I would trust her judgment. She's a lot smarter than me.
I am in fact entering Chuckles.
Well,
Which one's Chuckles?
Smart one.
The one with the heart.
wait a second.
The one with the what?
The heart.
The heart. I'm sorry, I need more description. I need more description on which one what Chuckles is.
Chuckles, raise your hand.
And Chuckles will raise his hand, and he has a mask that has a teardrop in the shape of a heart.
With a cloak over, and then you see leather armor, and the cloak, everything just kind of falls.
The skeleton thing, got it.
I don't want to be rude towards Chuckles, but can Chuckles hear the things I say?
Does
No.
Chuckles care?
He has neither brain nor eardrums.
So he doesn't care.
So he can't hear me. So I
Also-
can't inspire Chuckles.
We can't yell attacks at him.
Also, you heard that only the casters, like the necromancer.
Oh yeah, we literally. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I was gonna inspire the skeleton.
Yeah, I know. You can do it, buddy.
Harold, like, he's gonna try to inspire the skeleton anyway. He's gonna walk over to Chuckles, who still has one hand raised. He's gonna put his hand on Chuckles' shoulder. He's gonna take his other hand and move Chuckles' hand back down to his side and be like, Chuckles, you're the best there is. And what was the other one's name?
Dumbo.
Dumbo, don't take it personally. You're just as good as Chuckles. All right, let's do this.
So to be clear, the rules are no magical items being used by the undead.
Correct.
Or by the caster.
It is basically straight undead.
Okay, and it's just the undead who can hit each other.
Correct.
So it literally is our little guys fighting it out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's literally
Undead battle bots.
a battle.
Well, I mean, somebody said a pocketed
a
monstrosity.
pocket monster fight.
And you actually look over at Aiden as he pulls a handkerchief out and throws it across the floor as it opens up into a pit similar to the one that Zaraj uses. And he pulls from the pit a mutilated corpse of flesh that clings to the bone, and everything just looks decayed and old and rotted as an old cadaver. And he begins casting upon it.
You know, the good news about this fee is that because they don't have brains, they can't hurt themselves in their own confusion.
But I am allowed to cast a spell on my creature, correct?
Correct. You can do any buffs you want.
Perfect. think.
And your necromancy stuff also applies, so any like bonus to HP or weapon damages, things like that.
I already have those written down.
Yep. Just want to make sure you knew everything that you were adding, so you're not cheated.
She will cast, shocking no one, Shield of Faith on this creature
Okay.
towards the end of the allotted time.
Yeah, as you are a cleric and can do so.
Let's see. Then his armor class is 13.
Oh, who we lose?
Cadkins.
We just lost the V. Bear with us while the overlay is a little wonky at the moment.
The Cassalanters' final revenge.
Evan, you look different.
She will also cast Mage Armor on this creature.
Okay.
On Chuckles. She will tell him to remove his armor because it's actually a lot better if he takes off his armor and she casts Mage Armor on him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now his AC is 17. All right.
I'm so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But he remains having his mask and cloak on
Mm-hmm. Yep.
for a little entertainment factor.
Okay. Fine. Do you believe you have casted everything that you wish to cast?
That's the only spells I got that can affect other creatures.
Got it. Sounds good.
I would have done False Life if it wasn't Self.
And you see Aiden finishing up his casting as he pulls the man, I'm blanking on what it's called. The pit up.
Portable hole?
Portable hole, that's it. And folds up the portable hole and folds it into his lapel pocket again that is on his cloak. And, and as he walks forward and reaches out a hand towards you to shake.
I will offer my hand for him to kiss with the ring of Jurgal on display.
He holds it and gives you this coy look. And goes, I will not give you this satisfaction.
Not yet.
Nice jewelry. Do you think the old scribe will help you in this time? Maybe to write your undead's name down a second time.
Either way, he is on my side and not yours.
We shall see. Is everyone ready for a duel? And you hear the crowd of students all just kind of like erupt in excitement. Less so in the way that happens at the Bloody Fist, but more so in the way of just like murmurs and whispers of everything. Just like, oh man, this is crazy. This has been a build-up for a while. I know they hate each other. And
What is that guy's name again?
Aiden Ozul.
The last thing here's Aiden sucks. His herald just sitting there.
He like a glare just rises up into the stands. Not
Yeah, I
directly
look
at you.
around like, who's the asshole who would?
Yep. And as you're getting ready to move on, you look up and you see Amon Koss just standing, arms crossed, watching.
Do it, Venlee.
I will.
And with that, I need you, Venlee, to roll initiative.
With my initiative or his?
Oh, with his.
Yeah, I thought so. So I'm actually going to roll in person for this.
And I'm using my bone die.
That's a 18.
Speaking of bone die.
probably
I wish I had bone die.
They put
because
out
zombies be slow.
actual human bones.
I have a backgammon die. It looks like a d6. Can I use that?
You go first.
All right. And how far away are they from each other?
About 30.
All right. This Mr. Chuckles will draw a short sword and close the gap.
Before that happens, Aiden holds out a hand and goes, "This is a fight, not about money, but of magic."
Oh, I thought he said we could use the swords.
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Then he stows the short sword and holds up his dukes
Okay,
and goes in to punch him.
got it.
So just so you are aware, on your skeleton will do 1 point of damage on a hit. Because
Yeah, he's all
like
like
an
that.
unarmed attack.
Why is
It would be one. You're all blurry.
Yeah, it decided to
Put your hand up on it and pull back.
Here you go, everybody. Here's a close look at my palm.
Yeah, pull back slowly. Well,
No, that's fine.
It's fine. It's a filter.
So yes, after discarding the sword before you are disqualified.
Yes. So here we go.
Yeah, so much like unarmed attacks, it's 1 plus the strength modifier. Strength of a skeleton is 0.
That's an 18 on the die plus 7.
18 hits.
All right, so 1.
Points as you strike.
There is a flash of brilliant energy that's like this icy blue that washes over Chuckles.
Does 10 points of cold damage.
Oh my god. What spell was that?
You can make an Arcana check.
The entity casted that?
Nope.
A
it is
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Yes.
Fire shield.
Oh, mother.
Yep. And you can change it to be either fire or cold.
Should have thought of that.
All right. It is his turn. He's going to come up and he is going to bring his fist down and slam into. But that is going to be
14.
14, which.
Nope. It's different.
Yeah. So,
Oh, okay, that's weapon damage, not
Yeah.
weapon attack. Got
yeah. So 14 will miss. Yeah. So it slams up against the magical barrier around. So it does not connect.
it. Also, from here on out,
You have you're at disadvantage on all your attacks against it. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Chuckles has disadvantage for attack.
That will not hit. Let's see if it's a 1. That will not hit.
Okay.
As he just kind of tries to cold cock a zombie, and it kind of bends his bony wrist.
Okay. I miss.
Oh. Let's see. Where's my other d20?
You are within.
No, it's hits.
Oh, it hits.
Yeah.
Okay.
That will also miss.
All right, here we go. This is going to be an exciting undead battle.
Does a
18.
18 hit?
That does hit.
All right.
As they both just start slamming up against each other, one after another, just batting away their hands. There's
You actually see a magical barrier around this zombie also getting stopping blows from your skeleton, from Chuckles. as the mage armors of both casters are stopping most of the blows. But this one gets through as he brings it up and slams down onto the head of Chuckles.
And does 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof. Oofies. Big oofies. I got good enough on the Arcana check. How long does Fire Shield last?
10 minutes.
Shit. She can't stall for time that long. Oh my god, that's another 10 to hit.
10 will miss.
As the zombie just swaying, you makes contact, but it like just moves the shoulder as the other one comes forward, reaching out. And 17 on the die.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Dirty 20.
Rakes across his face for
7 points of damage.
Yep.
He's still up.
All right.
Nice.
11 to hit.
11 just hits.
Oh,
Maybe.
I should have trusted myself in those other 3 times. Damn. 1.
1. Okay.
And takes 5 points of cold damage.
He's down.
All right. So as he slams, you see as there's this flash, and you watch as the arm encases in ice as it begins to climb and creep up the body as it begins to slowly encase as it then shatters.
And the final hit.
And you see Aiden just smugly smiling.
As he pulls out the handkerchief again, throws it across the floor, opens, and goes, "You're dismissed." And you watch the zombie walk and not go down a ladder or anything. It literally just falls in, and you hear it. As he then pulls it up, folds it, and wraps it, and he begins walking towards you.
I'll meet him halfway.
I will say I commend you on your willingness to battle me. If anything, I think it was a learning experience.
It was quite illuminating indeed.
I look forward to the next time I can crush you.
Maybe next time I'll actually be able to get a solid hit in. And she actually does a curtsy bow, like an elvish curtsy bow, and shows him some actual respect.
He doesn't gloat or bask in it. You actually see that there's a little bit of respect as well as you answered the call and were, brave enough to take the fight, even if he knew that you were going to lose.
And as you look back towards Amon Kost, he's no longer there.
Well, this was rather fun. If you'll excuse me, I need to go find another corpse.
It is nice to have many on hand.
I was wondering about that. Do you happen to know of a place I can purchase as fine of a handkerchief as you have?
I'm sure there's some magical shop in the city you could find to barter.
Splendid. I'll be off then. And she bends down and picks up the mask off of Chuckles and hands it to Dumbo to hold. And she'll wrap up the cloak and all of the equipment too and put it in her bag for the next friend.
And you see Aiden pull the ring finger from Chuckles.
Oh, I do teeth. And as she walks away, when she notices that, she turns around and goes, "Oh, I do teeth." And she starts to make her way back to her friends.
All right.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it seems he earned his rank as a TA.
I still don't like him.
Yeah, he may win this fight, but
Still an asshat.
he hasn't tangled with you. This was sort of a fight.
It was very instructional, actually. I got to see some of his power.
I'd love to give him some instruction too sometime if you ever need. Just let me know.
Can we go get Voss and see the black staff?
Yes, let's do that.
I'm talking solid instruction. We're talking like overtime. This guy motherfucker's gonna be in detention. That makes it sound weird. Now it's weird.
Yeah.
Trust me, Harold.
Much.
If it came down to a life or death fight, I'm sure you all would pull through.
I'm not talking about life or death. I'm about giving a slap, just like one good slap, just like. Well, we don't need to worry about it. Let's just keep going.
We just want to slap him. Just slap him around.
Just
Yeah.
one good one. Like, hey, what's that over there? He looks and he turns back to be like, what are you talking about? Bah! Just no hesitation. You give him one good one. And be like, you don't have to say anything, by the way. You don't have to say anything. You just lift the finger like you're about to, and 9 times out of 10, the guy's so shocked he won't say anything.
I have to say, I don't believe anyone has ever touched him like that. Or
I'm pretty sure that if I did that, it'd be the last thing I ever touched. But
I'm willing to
he'd be on his deathbed one day, staring up at the ceiling, go, "That motherfucker slapped me."
no,
Wow.
trust me, Harold. Harold, trust me. It would not be the last thing your corpse touched.
That's fair.
You wouldn't.
Oh,
But
he
my corpse.
definitely
You wouldn't, right?
Oh, I would never.
Okay.
No, but
But
my
he
corpse
would.
My corpse would have a strong slap, though. Whoever would face that corpse would be facing down one mighty slap.
I would hunt the hell out of him.
Well, come to think of it, would any of you be willing to donate your corpse?
No.
Nah.
I think it'd be cool. It'd be a big old corpse bud. Like, that's fine by with me. I'm not using it.
Good to know. And she pulls out like a little notebook that you have never seen her use. She just kind of, you see her write down your like names.
Do you keep a log of everybody?
I've never seen that log before.
No, it's my diary.
Let's keep going before I have nightmares.
Yeah, let's go get Voss.
First half of the episode, real dark. Second half of the episode, dark in a different way.
Okay, I have to point out, chat goes, so would she be a zombie?
That's her undead name now.
Yep.
Thank you,
I
Dad.
have to be dead first, though. Kill me first.
So we get Voss.
You get boss. You didn't move.
Yes. You go back to the Great Hall, and standing at the illusionary wall is Voss, waiting for your return.
You want to go talk to the black staff?
Sure. Did you win?
Not by a long shot.
But she learned a lot.
And learning's half the battle.
It is.
I learned a lot about our friends as well. And she just kind of looks back at them. To the other three standing there.
Yeah. So, okay.
It's
Lead
quite-
the way, Venlee.
Okay. And she starts walking.
All right. You all make your way back up the spiral stairs that lead to the familiar door you've all stood in front of as you knock.
Feeling that feeling of something watching you. You can't see anything. Eventually the door opens. It happens every time you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Before the door opens by itself.
And as you enter, you see sitting at a desk. You see Vajra Safar as she is reading something. But looks up as you enter and stands. She holds her hand out as you watch as the black staff floats over and lands in her hand. As she walks over to you, very intensely. There we go. Walks over to you. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. But no, and greets you.
Senior Greg Yamamoto.
I have come to discuss recent matters, but it was mainly my friends who had more information to give you. I'm sure L'Oreal has already given you the news of what I have found on my mission with the Church of Lionsbane.
Yes, it is what I was reading into. The Dead Three, Bane. Very concerning.
Very much so.
If you have any more information to enlighten me, that'd be great. Do you have any more knowledge as to what the stacker is, what they could use it for, who has it?
We think we know the name of it. That's useful.
It would be beyond useful. Looking through a sea of daggers is like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
The Jethamon dagger?
You see like a slight, not concern, but contemplation all over her face as she looks towards the black staff. Jathamon are
Jethamon.
an ancient culture. I'll have to look into this.
I was hoping to deliver something to you that when we were on a beer, I collected something from an altar. And she pulls out the vial of the silvery black liquid. There was something happening when we passed this altar, a sort of compulsion to ingest this. None of us did, but I did take a sample of it, and I thought, in light of everything that's going on, perhaps you would be the best person to deliver it to. You might be able to find out more from it than we could.
With a wave of her hand, you watch as a hand appears, picks it up, brings it over to her. She grabs it and looks at it.
And watching, you can see it work like ferrous fluid, clinging to the edges of the glass, trying to pull itself towards her now that it is in her hand. Interesting.
I also have collected a sample of a horn from one of the creatures that we fought there. And she pulls it out of her bag. One of the twisted goat people horns that she took. And I don't know if it would be useful, but I figured I'd offer it to you just in case.
Recently, we battled a man who was attempting to align himself with entities. The Elder Eye, if that means anything.
You see just nothing.
Yeah.
Like no spark of like epiphany or anything as she looks towards the black staff. And not that I know. There's a myriad of eyes in the Pantheon. And
I think this is tied to the Far Realms.
And that obscures, you would think that that knowledge would make it narrowed down more, but the Far Realm is so obscured that it is not. But it is a start.
He listed a number of items, the dagger being one of them, but he also mentioned the crown of Bay-al-Kursi.
What is everybody's passive insight?
Oh, I love this question.
16?
11.
15.
13.
I don't know shit.
Continue with what you're asking.
Okay. The dagger, of course. The blood of Ninjushi Gampo. I think I'm saying that right. And the forgotten silvered truth.
Uh-oh, they muted themselves.
Oh, they're talking.
Left, right, and
Not yet.
Seisha, you're the only one that notices that on the crown,
Mhm.
for a very split second, there is a look of recognition. She washes it away and looks towards the staff in contemplation and things like that, trying to obviously make it look like she has no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. And then there's a name that's been coming up. It's come up a few times, mainly in dealing with, again, Far Realm stuff, but where is it? Oh, I just had it. Hang on.
You have to forgive her.
Aranax.
Yeah.
Aranax.
She has like 1,000 books.
I do. It's wonderful.
I do not know that name.
Maybe
He pulls out a book.
maybe you recognize. Let's see. Oh no, I know what the rest of them are. Never mind. That's all I wanted to discuss. Oh, all of the books on the Far Realms have been destroyed. They were burned by a man. They've destroyed all of the knowledge in the city, all of the written knowledge of the Far Realms.
That is extremely concerning, as it seems that it may have had the only lead to something, whether it be the actual answer or just wanting to keep everyone in the dark for what's coming.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that I need to be made aware of?
Not that I can readily think of.
A question. In the continued Herodust epidemic in the city, have you cornered down exactly what this substance is made of?
Only that it seems organic in nature.
Given what we've seen, could it be composed of the same thing in the vial? Or at least trace amounts in it?
Pollen. It's organic. Could it be a pollen?
Could be, but I will remind you all that you saw it being crushed down from like larger pieces of larger pieces of like amber, like tree sap.
Okay.
Or perhaps it is this
Maybe.
different kind of this fluid.
In any case, I'm glad that you're looking into that. It's affecting vast swaths of the city still.
Yes, it is a blight on this city. Although we did hear whispers that it has reduced in its numbers of infection.
Always good to hear. Maybe somebody's praying to the right gods.
Or perhaps they're refining their formula.
Or perhaps people are taking action and saving themselves.
Perhaps a group of adventurers are taking down Manchun's right-hand man outside the city.
Maybe.
Could be any of those things, really.
You guys mind if I have a word with her privately?
Of course. I
do
want to inquire, perhaps, about are Force Grey members allowed to leave this city for non-mission purposes?
If there is anything that affects the city, there are some times that I send them out myself.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a spell that you can cast that lets you slap someone but they don't know you slap them? It's a question for another time. I'll wait. And I will...
And a smirk kind of crosses across her face. There are some known to make this invisible. She waves her hand, and you see
the hand appear. And
I'll talk to you later about that. I'm gonna and I will bow in respect and be like, "It's always a pleasure to see you, Blackstaff."
Before everyone leaves,
Oh,
I will grant you your private conversation, Miss Velospot, but Venlee helped a small group of new Greyhands, and they retrieved the man that judged you all in Venlee's stead to become a Greyhand. He is under our protection in Master Morali's sanctum.
how's he doing?
He's still unresponsive. Shit. Alive, but barely. I would ask you a favor.
Go ahead.
I'm going to attempt something that Master Morali said was slightly touched on with one of you. And going to do a memory walk and project you all into his mind to either see what is affecting him or cure him of his ailments.
I'm on board.
Sure. He helped us.
Is this process dangerous?
Mainly dangerous for the one being inhabited, but it is the belief that his mind is strong enough to withstand our intrusion momentarily.
What is the purpose of this?
You were the last to see him, and this is also to quite literally walk his memories to see if there was something that found him in the mountains or if there was something affecting him otherwise. As there are reports of his symbol being found within the cult. Tattooed across his back, Miss Valispard, is the symbol of Valpenser, a dead and forgotten god.
Yes.
So,
Tilly also had the same symbol.
Yes, he's been coming up a bit.
I believe that symbol has been appropriated.
What are we expected to do?
The memory walk?
Yes.
To ascertain, hopefully, what happened to him if something attacked him, or...
I mean, how does this work?
Well, we will be projected into his mind. Our consciousness will intrude on his. But it won't be painful, because...
I will caution you with this. If there is something nefarious within his mind, or even his mind itself trying to protect itself, it can hurt you. Not physically, but your minds will be linked.
Can we die?
Possibly.
I don't have a problem doing this. And maybe this is just me being selfish. But I would like some sort of compensation for this.
How about this? I will assure you will not die, as you will be under the protection of the Blackstaff Tower. Within its protections, we will make sure that your body does not fall into the graces of Kelemvor.
I feel more comfortable with that.
I cannot promise you it will not be painful. I cannot promise you that you will be safe. I can tell you this is important.
Very well.
There's probably knowledge here that we would greatly benefit from.
Hopefully. It will be tomorrow. Let's say midday.
Sure.
I'll be here.
It will happen whenever you arrive, and not a moment sooner.
Perfect.
Very well.
And you two needed a second?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
You good, Blackstaff? I'm sorry. I'm really bad at being formal, which is weird because I was like hired help for like the longest time, and my whole job was being formal. Are we cool?
You do know that was part of the Moonstones, right?
The what?
The Moonstone. Renair, Maloon, me were just like you.
Adventure.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but you know, once you've adventured long enough to get like a crazy title like the Blackstaff, don't you want every single person to walk in and be like, at least once, be like, "Thank you, Blackstaff," just once? I mean, I would. Even everybody's got to say it one time.
Whenever it is deserved, yes. But please do not blow smoke up my ass for my title.
I love her. She's the best. All right. He grins and like winks to her.
Voss
And
chuckles at that comment too.
he winks to her and he's like, "It's always good to see you." And he'll give Seisha her privacy.
Again, thank you for everything you all do.
I do tell Seisha I may have business I need to attend to, trying to make efficiency of time.
Okay. I'll be
see you.
quick. This will just be a moment.
All right, we'll wait then.
Okay.
And I'll let her have her moment.
Okay.
Everybody leaves but Stacia, and Blackstaff looks at you, waiting for you to speak.
You recognize the name of the crown.
I thought I held that better.
What is it?
I don't want to tell you.
With all due respect, there is something terrible going on, and we're stuck in the middle of it. And we need every bit of information we can find.
I can tell you it is protected within these walls, but even that is too much.
What does it do?
It's not what it does, it's who it's tied to.
I believe that someone is trying to open a path to the far realms, to this realm. And we have found ourselves in the middle of this. I understand the need for caution in sharing information, but I hope that at some point you will find yourself able to trust us and tell us what you know.
If a portal from another plane opens within Waterdeep, I will instantly be made aware. It is part of the power that is bestowed upon me. As for the crown, it has been protected here for many years. I assure you it is safe.
One last thing you should know. Whatever is behind this has corrupted a solar of Ogma.
Something powerful enough to corrupt a solar is powerful indeed.
Yes. And I believe it is connected to this item. It was in a list of things this individual was seeking. You might want to double the guard on that crown.
I will do what I can without bringing any undue attention, as no one else within these walls knows that it is here, save those protecting it. Yeah, this is knowledge you need to keep to yourself. I know you seek it, but I assure you that all protections will be made. Even the Open Lord herself will come to protect it if need be.
All right. Thank you for your indulgence and your honesty.
If you look into it and you find out what it is, keep it to yourself.
Very well. Thank you.
She will give a little curtsy and turn and walk out.
And you see concern and the slightest hint of fear, kind of.
Which is strangely comforting to Seisha.
Yeah.
Someone is taking it seriously.
Yeah.
And she comes out.
Yep.
Okay.
I need to go find Devil. I don't know about the rest of you.
I was just gonna try to see Gariel tonight, but I'll go with you for a little while.
All right. That's where I'm headed then.
I guess I'll go with.
I am also accompanying. Not for long.
But when he sees Venlee's going, he's like, if you're going to go, then I might hang out with V for a while.
I would
'Cause,
happily have a break.
V and I could probably use some like, or unless you're, he looks over at V, or unless you're hanging with Renair.
Oh yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, we can all three hang out. It's not like I
mean, I just know that, I kind of wanted to talk to him about like what happened.
Personal stuff, yeah.
But I know he's been working a lot.
He'd want to know.
And I just felt like.
What do
I
you want to do?
should.
Do you want to spend the night with Renair, or do you want to hang out? What do you want to do?
I think I should go talk to Renair.
Okay, in that case, then I will come with you guys.
And V, please do not forget to mention that I am willing and able to put him into contact with his mother.
I will not forget.
Hey V,
Yeah?
love you.
Love you too.
And you all start making your own directions. V heading back to Spirits of Trollskull, and the rest of you, I guess, heading towards the Yawning Portal.
That is usually where I find him.
Oh, I haven't been here since we opened Trollskull.
I plan on not making eye contact and hope he doesn't notice me.
I mean, you always have not disguised alter self.
Do I have that prepared?
Do you have the spell slots for that?
I have one left.
Worth it.
Hideous.
Worth it.
Hideous.
Do you have it prepared?
I do not have it prepared.
You went in for a fight.
Yeah.
All right, so you make your way back to the boisterous and fun and loving and loud Yawning Portal.
I look for Yagra. Do I see her?
As you enter, you find the place fairly busy as Bonnie rushes past you with a nod and a tray full of food as she delivers it to a table of dwarves. You look over to see a group of 4 making their way down the lift and into the well.
Oh no.
A look of like satisfaction and courageousness on their face as they go down to brave Undermountain.
Question. Do I have to stay within 30 feet of people I cast aid on?
No, it's the first casting is within 30 feet.
Okay,
And
I
then
want to
those
get
people
within
that are-
30 feet of them. Just a moment. And cast aid on 3 of them.
Roll me a D100.
Okay.
Oh, that's sweet. Venlee, in the meantime, is no troll. Please no troll. Please no troll. Please no troll.
24.
24.
I was gonna look over at Venlee. You would crush a
It
troll.
goes
today.
off, but as you go just a moment, that thing does not stop, and it's just out of the range. But you can hit 3 of your party members with it.
Okay, I'll hit me, Voss, and Harold, because Venlee's a bad... Or no, Harold's not there. Venlee.
Yeah, Harold's there.
Harold's
Harold's
there.
there.
Oh, you are there. Okay,
Yeah.
then...
Everybody but me.
actually,
Give
I'll
it
do
to Venlee.
3 of them. I'll do the 3 of you. Say she won't cast it on herself.
Aw.
Okay, so Voss, Harold, and Venlee.
Yeah.
You have +5 maximum hit points for the next 8 hours.
Okay.
You
I'll
look around.
jump off something.
I'm now at 71.
And as they're going up, they're like one of them recognizes him, was like, yeah. Oh.
That would have
Sorry.
been useful. Oh,
Dude, cool beards, guys.
you like my beard?
Oh, it's better.
I look
And you
for
see the
Yaga.
table of dwarves going, "Dude, fuck this up!" As he's like passing money aside.
Yeah,
taking
exactly.
bets on who gets out,
Making
who doesn't.
bets.
And you look around and you see the female half-orc standing across from a human man as they stare daggers at each other. At first, you think they may be having a staring contest before the man rears back and slaps Yagra across the face as hard as he can as her head whips from the blow. And you can
That's what I want to do to Aiden. That.
Slap fight! Slap fight!
You hear the sound of the smack halfway across the bar as it echoes out. And you watch as she slowly turns back to the man and grins.
Not bad. Now it's my turn.
He's taking notes.
I totally read about my notes earlier that there was a slap fight that we saw previously. Oh no!
I hold up. I did this last time, I believe, and I don't think shit. What is this bartender's name?
Durnan.
Durnan. My brain was like, "Devil." That's not.
I don't
right.
think Durnan stopped me from doing it, so I say 10 gold on the half orc, and I slap that on the table.
Okay.
As she's like staggering to get up, someone goes, "I'll take that bet."
While they are enraptured by this, Venlee has approached the table of dwarves and has asked them for each of those 4 other people's names.
God.
Amazing.
That is so
And,
dark.
they're so drunk that you get 4 dwarven names.
She writes them in a separate book.
Okay.
Not officially in the book quite yet, but she's going to
Yeah.
Making a list.
This is the season.
and then she rejoins them.
Yeah, Harold's just like taking notes, eagerly waiting for the next step.
And as Yagra gets back up, there is a loud smack as the half-orc sends the man flying to the side, crashing into tables and chairs as she slaps the ever-loving shit out of him.
You hear Durnan yell out about not breaking chairs.
Watch the bar!
The crowd surrounding the two goes wild as she takes the gold coins off the table and 15 gold goes back to you, Voss.
Nice.
And upon seeing you, says,
"Looking for Devil. Upstairs in his room."
Aye. Be there then.
And the 4 names you get, Venlee, are Doyne, Glorn, Fadrin, and Hera.
Okay.
They may not make it.
I head upstairs.
I follow.
Yep.
I also follow, trying to figure out how to specifically spell these names because they're dwarven names.
As you head up into the room, you knock on the door, and
opening the door and leaving,
you see the half-elf drow Elvandria as she's leaving the room, where you see Davil and Gariel sitting counting some pieces of coin. As she walks past you, Vosh, she gives you a look, and under her breath, you hear as she passes you,
or tongue,
her bow and quiver on her back as she heads down the stairs.
I stop her for a moment and say, "Be where I can find you. I may have work for you later."
she kind of gives you this apathetic look. More training or more field work?
Both.
And she walks away with a sigh of disapproval.
As she does, and I enter into the room.
Oh, she really does not like you. But you are two peas in a pod. Do
I'll
love
grow
having
on
do love having you team up. It's like a buddy watch play I've always wanted. I kid. That's
Of
obviously you
course.
and Blaven.
Of course, I'm sure the High Prince of the Elves told you all about our escapades.
Yeah, so what can I do for the Ronto experience and company?
I close the door behind me.
Gariel looks at you, Station, smiles, and gives you a wink.
Sit down and say, it's almost done. It's time
Wow,
to
that's
start.
that there is ominous, if I do say so myself. It is
Time.
almost done.
It's time to start talking logistics. And it's also time to start talking about what are our plans for this.
I assume you're talking about the Goltz Enigma.
I am.
You already figured out how you're going to get that gold out?
That's why I came to you.
Well, good thing I've already done the thinking for both of us. What would you do without me?
I got a few things.
What he does on his own time is up to him. So, as you know, Zaraj keeps a few trophies of ours in a
I
small
do.
handkerchief. It's called a portable hole. You should probably get yourself one. I see you, my lovely vixen, already have a magically imbued bag that does similar things, but that will not be enough.
Oh, yes, my bag of holding.
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were addressing me.
I'd rather be undressing you, but
How long
You
have you
should
been
be able to
thinking
get
about
the-
moving the money?
She is going
How
to
long,
murder
have you
you.
been thinking about moving the money? Just trying to change the subject here.
well, you should be able to get the 250,000 dragons in the portable hole easily.
Our previous usage of the money has since dried up.
Are you coming to tell me that you are no longer upholding your end of the deal after
No,
we've done
I'm
so much?
Telling you, you may be inclined to have more.
What deal?
And how much?
This is to be discussed amongst the group. I told you guys before I had promised the Doom Raiders half.
Oh,
Yes.
that's right. You did tell us that. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I told you this morning that I plan to give all of them to it
Yeah.
being discussed.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Yeah.
You definitely did that.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether or not Seisha knew.
I did not.
Well, you're learning things now.
Yeah, that seems to happen a lot.
Yeah, it does. My point is this. Certain things have come up that have compromised previous connections. I want to know what you intend to do with that. You will, of course, get your cut as was promised. But what are your intentions for it before I begin proposing plans?
I thought we already had this discussion in the upper rooms of your, what are you calling it? Battle field guild guard.
Bully Field Guard.
Ah, yes.
We did. I believe that route has become compromised. And that it would be the equivalent of throwing the money down the sewer.
Oh, well, my plan was to ensure our entanglement with the Open Lord as gifting her a large lump sum and increasing the wealth of the city as well as its prosperity in the field ward.
And I'm here to tell you I do not think giving her that money would lead to the field ward getting any of it.
You
Certain
believe that?
factors have arisen that are tying even her hands. And I believe a more direct approach may be necessary if we are to truly begin changing the city.
You think we give the money to the field ward itself.
Not directly. Not in the manner of just throwing it into the streets. But before I even
We
So
invest.
you're proposing that we launder that money ourselves instead of just handing it over?
I am. And I have routes with which this can be accomplished.
That's a lot of money.
Yes, it is. But there's some persons who owe us favors, but before I can even propose this, I need to know if you're willing to do it.
I need to
I
know if
also need the approval of my friends.
and that's what I was just about to say, because if I agree to something and then you have your own internal dispute, that just screws me over.
That's why
So
we're
you need to
all
sort
here.
your own laundry before we start sorting ours.
We're
That's
not
why
all here.
Yeah, we need to hear what you want to do with it first, anyway.
I told you what I wanted to do with it. I
Are
was
you
give it to the
willing-
city, but now I can't.
Are you willing to explore this option?
What we want is the guarantee that we can do what we want in an environment way more suitable than that, whatever the hell, however many of him there are.
This city is very hostile. We like the retirement plan.
And that ain't that the truth. I want to retire with my angel.
Sasha winks at her.
So there's a lot of problems I foresee if we're trying to handle this internally. And I question those of you who understand the workings of the higher ranks of the city better than I do. How right is the Ronto experience in that if we give this money out to the open lord, we're going to see significant portions of it snatched away by the nobles who find out about it?
That's a possibility. I can't say for certain.
But I also
Nobles are, well, they're rightful pains in the ass.
There's
And-
a significant fewer of them now.
Exactly, which means less mouths to feed.
But it also means more chance for a bigger grab of cash.
By persons we may not want to have it.
That having been said, I've seen firsthand when in count rooms from criminal organizations large sums of money go missing.
You think she would let money go missing?
I'm not saying she would let money go missing. I'm saying criminal organizations let money go missing.
Well, perhaps there is a way for us to get what we both want. We bring that money to the open loan, but we handle the money.
Hold on. How many people know about the way you're accessing this money?
4, 5, 6,
Maybe.
7.
Counting
Not
the
counting
people
you.
in this room and counting your organization who knows we have it.
Okay. Well, that would also mean that the nobles would still believe that it is lost within Umberlee's cache, which means they would see nothing of it. If we can find a way, if you can come up with a way to sequester and, let's say, launder this money towards the open lord a small amount at a time, it could be a little easier to hide.
There is a way to do that. There is one avenue we haven't explored. There's a noble house that owes us a favor and is deep in our pocket.
You
Growl
talking?
hunt?
Hmm?
Growl hunt?
Yes.
Didn't they kind of go into hiding?
They're working for us, devil.
That's right. We renamed them.
Yep.
What did you name them?
Nothing that needs to concern you, Angel, and that's for your safety.
Okay,
Like you know, some knowledge I can't tell you.
I know.
In any case, it's an avenue that can be explored through which the money can start going into the city. And it can also start raising the name of a noble house that we have a bit of control over. No one
It's
is
not a
going
bad
to.
idea, but I'm going to tell you right now, in order for us to get the pull that we need, that Open Lord's got to be in the know.
Very well.
Because our long-term retirement plan banks on her.
And I would bet that the Open Lord would look more. She would smile more upon a large lump sum to help the field ward. Otherwise, she might just see it as a trickle of money that would already be coming in and would not discern it any different than anything else, and so would not know to keep it separate.
We also have access to an accounting mind that can help to launder it more efficiently.
Ah, your friend.
Yes. This was always the intention for him.
I really was wondering what you were going to do, like what your play thing was going to be.
This is it. There's a bit more to it than that. But before we go any farther down the road, just need to make sure we're all on the same page. And I know not just look at them, but for the rest of the group. I'll need to confirm this with my fifth as well. But if all moves forward, this is acceptable.
Harold, I am so good at reading people, and sweetheart, you are an open book right now. Please tell me, what's your concerns?
Trust.
That's fair. That should be earned, not given.
Is there anything that you don't trust about me, Harold?
Oh, sorry, you weren't asking me.
There's a lot of things I don't trust about a lot of people right now.
Go ahead, ask your questions.
I don't need to ask them. I trust that what you're saying is right. As long as the Open Lord's involved, you guys won't have a chance to weasel your way out if you're planning something, but I don't really think you are. I'm just not taking any chances. This money needs to go to the field ward. Those people need help, and I don't really care about your organization. Truthfully, you're nice guys, you're good people, and honestly, I've enjoyed working with you, but I could give a fuck less about what happens to the Doom Raiders. Those people need help. You're already rich. That's how I feel about it.
This money can move two ways then, both through the Open Lord and through the Growlins to raise through their stakes through the noble areas. With the Cassalanters gone, the hole's been left open for certain names to move forward.
See, this is the sort of thing that makes me a little uncomfortable, is trying to find more uses for money that's for people that need help.
It all
That's
goes to
sort
the
of
field
thing.
ward regardless, but this can be used in a direct way as opposed to the Open Lord as an indirect way. Establishing businesses, arming our small mercenary group. I've been wanting to invest in repairing the area as well as getting them decent food supplies. Allowing certain businesses to thrive there will require initial investment. Having it come from a noble house would not raise any suspicion, especially in small amounts.
Look, you've always been way too smart for your own good. And I guess that's the best thing you got going for you, because I know it's not looks. Harold, I can let you know unabashedly that really the only thing I'm trying to buy is comfort. I'm not trying to screw people over. Will I come out a little bit more on top? Yeah. But isn't that what we all want? Just to be a little bit on top. But if the city thrives, it means I thrive. We thrive.
Yeah, a lot of people, when they want comfort, they just buy a timeshare. They don't get 400,000 dragons and tell me, don't worry, it'll go to the right place.
I think he's planning to get a timeshare of sorts.
I got it.
That's what this is. I mean, when you spend your life hunting liches, retirement in a big city looks real good.
Yeah. But instead of a small town home with a beachfront, I get a whole city with a beachfront.
Somewhere. I know the stakes. I get it. I think this is one of those things where only time can tell. Even if you were lying to me, I'd never know until it was too late.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Harold. It's either us or it's Manchun and the Zentarum. And we're trying to do it right.
I believe you.
Right-ish. Right-ish. I mean,
That's
for
more
a-
accurate.
you know, for a black market, you know.
Exactly. But
I agree that you guys do things cleaner than anybody else does them in the city. Doesn't mean you're clean.
Never said I was. I have always been upfront about how dirty I am. And he looks to Venlee and how dirty I can be.
Let me tell you a little statistic for you. People who win the lottery, their mortality rate goes up 300%. You know why that is? It's not because of people coming into their homes to steal from them. And it's not from like maniacs who are just sitting there watching the lists. It's always from family. It's always from people close. And it's always from someone they trust. Someone who thinks they deserve that money more than somebody else. So what I'm going to say, and what would make me feel a lot better, is making sure you know for certain that there is nobody in your ranks, nobody in your house that wants that money more than you do. That would make me feel more comfortable.
Voss, would this be a good time to have some wine? Or shall you come back with a stronger plan and we drink wine then?
Let's wait on that maybe tonight. Gather all of them together and let's drink as one.
Just on a side note, Davil, Venlee will end you.
I look forward to it.
Okay, well, it's awkward.
I don't think it's the happy ending you're gonna want.
Listen, as kinky as this all is, are we good?
As long as you feel it, we're good. I think there's still some ironing on your side of the laundry that needs to be done before it's brought back to us. But we will break bread and drink wine, and Voss can inform you what that means, and hopefully alleviate any concerns you may have.
Is this all of us drinking wine or just Voss?
All of us.
Everybody.
Oh, I'm feeling warm and fuzzy already.
I do have a question for you, Gariel.
She looks to you.
Look me in the eyes, just real fast. You harbor no ill intent towards anyone here, correct?
Oh no, darling. Nobody's gotten on my bad side yet.
Okay. Then we will drink wine.
Right.
We'll be back.
Are you busy?
She looks to Davil.
Yeah, we can talk later.
I'll go, you should gather the gang. Think we're having drinks later.
I'll have my sparrows sing their songs.
And she will walk out with you.
We have some gossip to exchange, and I have a gift for you. So if you want, I will.
Shall we head to my ship?
Well, first, we've got to stop off at, is it White Bull Run?
Yes.
White Bull Run.
All right. Color me intrigued.
And you head off and present her with, I'm assuming, her
new horse.
Her steed.
Her steed.
Her horse. And she is literally caught off guard.
Did not expect.
Yep.
An Amphale horse.
You bid on this, didn't you?
I did.
You just keep throwing me curveballs, sugar.
Well, I thought this way we could ride together and
Sounds
go
like
out.
a wonderful idea. I'll keep him here. That way he can be nice and stable and well fed.
Right.
Damn, that's a good looking horse.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea how to ride a horse.
That's all right. I'll teach you.
I got sea legs, not horse legs.
I'll teach you.
I
And
look forward to it.
Somebody walks by and goes, yeah, that would make you a centaur. You exchange rumors. We'll get that to you. And then where's everybody else headed? I'm guessing back to
the manor, I'm assuming.
Okay.
I, if possible, I can take Venlee on this. I'd like to stop by the Growlings.
You don't know where they are.
That's
They're-
fair.
Yep, their manor is now owned by the city, and you do not know what name they have been given as to kind of hide them away from their dark past.
Okay. Fair
Then
enough.
we would make a note as we're leaving and heading back down the street. She'll just jokingly say, it'd be quite funny if we brought a certain book with us to this wine tasting. Just in
No. I don't like that book. I
Fine.
go in because I have to.
I'm just saying.
Why are they so insistent on us drinking?
Great
It's
offer.
truth serum.
Well,
Oh,
that.
no.
You've been there before.
I mean,
The
I
last-
know. It's another reason not to trust them.
Usually I bite my tongue around Davil. Do you really want me drinking truth serum?
I do. I think this is the way we need to go moving forward. But more than that, it has become evidently clear, I think, that in the future, one of the enemies we're going to have to face will be the Gathalas. And this is a way in which, if everything goes well, we can begin to take them down too.
That's something we should not even be thinking about until we've got V on board talking about it with us.
Agreed. But Elerthak Gathala is a problem, and one that can be dealt with subtly.
We don't know for certain yet what kind of problem he is and whether he needs to be dealt with or whether he's just an annoying dad.
Harold,
Annoying
we
dad.
do know,
We
and you know that I am implying the list and the.
I
check
know,
mark
I
next to his
know.
Name.
I get it. I mean, but the fact of the matter is, we don't need to just rush into bringing him down until we're certain of what it is we're dealing with. One step at a time. I'm still flabbergasted we are all so trusting of Davil all of a sudden.
Whoa.
Venlee excluded, of course. But,
We've run out of options, Harold.
yeah,
We're
I
being
mean,
narrowed down.
sort of.
Frankly,
Now we have to, right? Because everything hinges on this. They're getting half shit. And we're very lucky that their goals completely align with ours in that they have to give it to the Open Lord anyway. But,
Harold, I know this is risky, and I understand that you are feeling off about this given what happened recently, just a couple of days ago.
all I'm saying is they've been helpful is not a good excuse in my book.
If there's an alternate route that has not been compromised already,
No, you're right. There isn't an alternate route at this point. We have to go through these guys, and I recognize that. But if these guys turn on me and they turn on us,
then we will kill them.
it's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough that we'll kill them, that we'll get revenge, that we'll turn on them, that we'll do something about it. It means we aren't cut out for this. We need to be able to read people. I'm not getting screwed again. Never. And if Davil and his crew does it, how can I keep going on in this business? No, those are the slickest people in the city. They can say anything and we believe it. They're better at what I do than I am. I just think we should all sit down for a second and say, boy, isn't this convenient? That's the... Like, what is... So now the field ward is theirs. What say do we have? And that works great for you, Voss, but it's not great for me. Because they'll be like, well, we have just as much stake in the field ward as you do. We could have kept that 400,000 dragons.
Harold, what do you want? In all earnest and in all honesty, what is it that you want?
I want to choke out the people who are trying to hurt the people in this city. That's what I want to do. I want to choke them all out. I want to drive them out of this city. I'll do it one person at a time if I have to. They cut off my legs. I'll do it from a fucking chair. It doesn't matter to me anymore. You hurt the innocent people in this city, you face me. That's it. And if they do it, they'll face me too. And I'll figure out a way to fight them. Just like I figured out a way to fight Manchun. Just like I figured out how to fight anybody who came into this town trying to hurt people. Doesn't matter who they are anymore.
This is a way to fight them.
We'll see.
Yes. We will.
I don't trust them. No. It doesn't. They just. It's so convenient. You have to see that.
I do. I'm not a fool. But I also understand options are limited. And I also understand the longer we sit on this stone, and the longer we don't access the vault, the worse this is going to get.
And without them, we can't get the money out in the first place.
Agreed.
My vote's yes, but fuck's sake.
Wheels in motion, Harold. But the one thing you have to remember above all things is I know you find this distasteful, but you are excellent at moving the pieces when you want to. We have a lot of avenues. Upgrading the field ward, as well as continuing your work with the Red Wing, as well as working on Karnan, our potential knife into the Xanathar, who has become very powerful very quickly.
I just feel like we're just swapping them out for somebody else. And maybe Davil wants to retire, but not everybody in his ranks do.
But not everybody is as bad as the Rose. There will always be an underground. It depends on degree, and don't tell me that it won't matter, because Laurel Silverhand is not Daggled Neverember.
I get it. I get it. But that field ward is pure to me. It's right. Those people there, they're too vulnerable right now, and there's too many people looking to exploit them. No. No.
Perhaps we should not be having this conversation on the streets.
I assume we're not. I always assume we're not having conversations like this on the
In a
street.
carriage. Yeah, and carriages are always free now, so we're not making you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume we're just like surrounding Durnan and just shouting. Over.
Durnan probably would be like, I don't care. I don't want to listen.
Yeah.
Just
But
go.
Harold will lift both his hands and be like, we're talking in circles. I've made it clear how I feel. Clearly it's painted by what's happened to me recently. I'll
You have
see.
every right to be suspicious, and I'm not saying not to be. If anything, see things through a paranoid eye and question things so we can best iron this out. I have no problem with my plans being questioned, Harold. It's how I see things better.
All right.
For what it's worth, because I am here too. I think it's a good plan, and I also do not trust them.
We keep our eyes open then.
But if everything goes off without a hitch, it's good.
The only one I really trust is Gariel.
See, the only one I really trust is the dwarf. Whatever her name is.
Istrid is very straightforward in what she wants.
She's the only one that's straightforward, and she saved my life, so
Aye.
she didn't have to do that.
This is getting complex and it's getting murky. I agree.
Well, let's get back to V and have a big long talk about it.
When you're fighting the underground, this is how you do it.
I'm just glad we're all still teamed up here. I'm really happy.
I wouldn't have brought you in if I didn't value your opinions.
I appreciate that. And Harold will kind of clap a hand on Seisha and Voss's shoulders and like, all right, let's head back.
No one can remember my name.
I'm not there.
No, Seisha.
Bentley.
No, Seisha's not there. Venlee's there.
Oh, Seisha's not there? I thought Seisha was there.
No. She went out with Gary.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought Seisha was with us. That's the only reason. I didn't. Because I was like, he wouldn't slap a hand on Venlee. That's a good way to lose a hand. He will just kind of look to the two of you and he's like, let's head back.
And V, you make your way back to the Spirits of Trollskull, and it's died down a bit. It's still, lunch rush is over, starting to get ready for dinner. And as Renair is back behind the bar, kind of putting up some glasses, and you kind of see him like in the middle of having a conversation with Leaf as Leaf is writing stuff on the board, and he's arguing over pricing of alcohol, and Leaf is firm on no, it's gonna be this much, and Renee's like, no, I'm telling you, no, it's called a special happy hour. I'm telling you, it's a oh, I'm arguing with okay, yeah. And he sees you and he's like, oh, hello, I gotta go, sorry.
As he walks up, he sees that you're a little forlorn in your look, and knowing the last thing you two talked about and seeing you alone, he kind of points up.
Okay, so we go upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Solid. So I guess two things. A few things. First one being, I met your mom. Ghost. She's
What?
very nice.
You talk. Wait.
And Venlee is now able to like do that thing where you can like talk to them for a little while. They'll like come back a little bit. And I thought maybe you'd
Like-
want to do that.
Like your birthday?
Yeah, like that. And she
Never-
said she'd be happy to help. I just thought you'd want to.
I haven't talked to him in so long. Since I was a boy. I would
thought
like
maybe-
that. I would like that very much.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I thought you could,
She
Right.
talked to you? Did you do that?
Huh?
What did she say to you?
She said that she was very glad that I make you happy.
And you see a tear roll down his face as he's contemplating the thought of talking to his mom for the first time in probably over 20 years. And he goes to give you a hug. He does not take the moment to kiss you, as his mind is elsewhere.
Right, I hug him back.
And that is where we're going to end tonight's episode.
Oh, warm fuzzies.
Yay.
It's so nice to end on a warm fuzzy note. Oh, this was a rough night. Like,
Yeah.
roller coaster.
Holy heck.
Yes. Thank you for everybody for watching and staying tuned. If you have not entered #Beyond for your chance to win a digital copy of Tasha's Cauldron to Everything, or #Eldritch to win a chance at a Eldritch Foundry miniature, please enter now. Please enter only once. We'll give another 30 seconds before that drawn is done.
Yep. Thank you. We know we're a little over. We did not want to interrupt the amazing role play that our players were doing,
Especially after we emotionally torment them.
But yeah, and we'll do that. Oh wow, what an episode!
Yeah.
Kudos
we
to
will
everybody for
remind-
incredible roleplay.
Yeah, we will remind everybody that next week is our last session of the year. We will be taking December off from the normal campaign. We will have some content on Sunday still. We will also be running a marathon all throughout December of session 0 all the way as far as we can get in a month. So be on the lookout for that. If you're looking to binge the show, we will be running a D4 marathon on the RockPunch channel. Schedule details will be up soon. But yeah, next week we should have a finalized date on the fireside chat, as well as a way to ask your questions and get that to us.
Yeah, that will be on Discord and all of the social medias. Will tell you where to direct your questions, and yeah, we'll hopefully be able to answer them without too much find out and play.
and
We'll try.
And in the interim between us playing and between us going on this break and inevitably coming back, we might do something.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be content. We're
So
definitely
pay
going to be
attention.
doing something. So
At some
Sundays
point,
are still going to be fun. We're still going to be doing stuff.
at some point we gotta film and release that thing that everybody won.
Oh yeah, that's probably going to happen. You're probably going to see us
hurt ourselves.
hurt
eating
ourselves
peppers.
with some.
It'll be
pepper.
fun.
I said I didn't suffer for nothing.
Hashtag dread.
But we have winners. Winner of the Eldritch Foundry miniature is Nightmare 07.
Hey, congratulations.
Congratulations. And winner of the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. I always want to go directly into Hideous Laughter, and that is not correct. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is Katie Polt.
Hey.
Congratulations, Katie Polt.
Yay!
And
Another
we will get that
Katie.
to you.
Yes.
Throw them in the pile.
Do what Logan did and say Tasha's hideous cauldron.
Tasha's Hideous Cauldron.
Gosh,
I think I've said that before too.
Yeah.
But thank you all so much for staying with us as we went over a little bit. As always, be excellent to each other.
May you always roll with advantage.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.